Share the live.
What's this guy's name? It's something Hawk. And it may sound stereotypical, but dude looks like he's done some time. And sounds like he's done some time.
Whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop.
Yo, peace to the tribes, peace to the tribes. We're gonna get it started. Go ahead and share the live stream. Give everybody a chance to get in here. And we just start out with a little like this here. Now Hawkin and Sky walking with the Incredible Hawk. You know what I'm talking about? Make sure this going. Oh. Tonight's topic: sacred formulas of Atlantis.
Since the days of ancient Greeks, there have been those that have maintained that eons ago, a mighty island empire existed where the waters of the Atlantic rolled opposite the mouth of the Mediterranean Sea, 1,000 fathoms deep. This was the last remnant of the Atlantic continent, and known to the ancient world as Atlantis, the submerged island. 9,000 years before the time of Plato, according to these traditions, Atlantis was a powerful, densely populated country that extended its way to America, Africa, and major areas of what is now Europe. In the legends and stories, this land was submerged by some great volcanic upheaval, and that those who escaped to the continents of America, Europe, and Asia took with them the tradition of many stories surrounding the deluge. Sacred writings, records on stone, and papyrus all tell the same story of all nations who agree with the same declaration and statement, that of a disaster to almost the entire planet. It was an appalling event that gave rise to the story of the deluge that's found in religions and stories all over the world. The relatively few survivors arrived in various parts of the world where their reports of the cataclysm grew to become many of the flood traditions of the Native American people. The lost Atlantis was not a myth, but a part of the lost continent of America. Those parts of America over which it ruled were Central America, Peru, and the valley of the Mississippi, occupied by the mound builders. Many of the stone axes and arrowheads found in these burial mounds are of the same type and same system of workmanship as those made by the Aboriginal tribes in Western Europe. If we turn to the Native American legends, we'll find many stories referring to the deluge, signifying the refugee Atlanteans who voyaged to other lands, where they became the progenitors of new societies. It's been suggested that some of the people that fled the sinking continent went west and settled there, becoming the Iroquois. Others went east to the Iberian Peninsula, then the Pyrenees, to become the Basque, while on the west coast of North Africa, then the Atlas Mountains, they became the Berbers. The native tribes of the American Northeast preserve a tribal memory of their ancestral origins on a large island in the Atlantic Ocean. After many generations, signs and portents warn the inhabitants of impending disaster. According to an Algonquin elder, it began when the earth rocked to and fro as a ship at sea. The quakes became so powerful, the island was cut loose from its fastenings, and fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds and loud roaring. As the flotilla of refugees made good their escape, the land sank down beneath the waters to rise no more. The survivors eventually landed along the eastern seaboard of North America and married among the indigenous peoples to become the forefathers and Proto-Indian American of the Algonquin tribes. The Cherokee also preserve a deluge legend that tells of survivors arriving on the shores of Turtle Island, which is North America, from a great lodge drowned in the eastern sea. There may come a day when any one of these incredible theories about sunken continents may be given a ring of authenticity by an established orthodox figure who may decide at some future time to support the claim that such a continent existed. However, the time has come, in the name of truth and justice, when the best side of the Native Americans' true character should no longer be obscured by prejudice, and who better to support the existence of Atlantis than the Native American people themselves through their own stories and legends. In time to come, people will speak and write more about a continent that existed in the North Atlantic called Atlantis, and from which civilizations of the old and new worlds were descended. And one day, a hidden document will surface, or a newly discovered artifact, proving beyond any doubt that mankind and all his works were almost completely destroyed in one vast cataclysm. Until that time comes, we must open our minds and formulate bolder theories and continue our search. The answers we're seeking may be buried in the ground under our very feet, in the forests, the mountains, or far away among the beckoning stars.
Motherfucker, you the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother, but when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfucker.
Yo. Peace to the tribes. Let's see who we got in here, man, so I can shout y'all out. For Night Hawkin and Skywalking with the Incredible Hawk, you already know what it is. They tried to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds. Welcome to Aboriginal America. Tonight's topic, the sacred formulas of Atlantis, live from the Republic. I've been doing so much studying. I got so much for y'all. It's really, it's like never ending, man. There's so much that,
let's talk about.
There's so much that really doesn't even require me to say much. And that's my intentions. We'll let this play, then we'll do a little reading.
Yet. And you're going to see why very shortly. First, let me tell you, it is a map of the old world, 1752. And this was done by Didier Robert de Vagonde, one of the famous geographers and cartographers. The atlas was first published in 1757, including the world map of 1752, which I'm about to show you. Now, what makes this 1752 map interesting? Well, first of all, California is no longer an island, and America is called Atlantis. Right here. And these are the Atlas Mountains. Absolutely amazing. I don't teach you that. As I had discussed in a previous video, there was a major earthquake in 1700 in California. Prior to 1700, the maps of the world showed California as an island. Here, not only in 1752 is it attached to the mainland, but they're calling this Atlantis. I've never seen that. Let's take a look at some of the other stuff. And they're talking a little bit about Egypt down here. So they have a pretty good idea of what the land looked like. And also notice that Ameriqa is no longer very close to the tip of South America as it was in previous maps. Coming over here, you see that these countries now are forming. They're getting different names in Africa. I told you there was a lot going on in this continent as well. Germania. Germany wasn't really a country by this time. This was part of the Holy Roman Empire. Let's move on over here. Now it's Asia. Here we go. So Tartary is gone. And now this is Asia. And Scythia. Scythia was another name for some of the Tartary area.
Peace, 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 peace. Here's a little fun fact for you.
For just $67.
Peace, 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 peace. If you're just now tuned in, man, I appreciate you for tuning in. Share the live stream. If you're watching this on a playback, please leave a comment. It helps the algorithm. If you haven't been getting notifications, unsubscribe and resubscribe. Or maybe you're not subscribed. In that case, I suggest you subscribe. You know what I'm talking about? Let's get back to it. Let's learn something. Do you know where Asia comes from?
Asia was an oceanid nymph of Lydia in Anatolia, West Asia, and the wife of the Titan Prometheus. The term Asia was first applied by the ancient Greeks to the region of Anatolia, modern Turkey, rather than the entire continental mass. So, once again, it goes back to these Cronides and their descendants. Now, from my research, you know that I have identified Prometheus. The changes beginning Lucifer, and so once again, it goes back to these Cronides and their descendants. Now, from my research, you know that I have identified Prometheus as Satan, and Lucifer and Zeus would be Jehovah. So here we have the changes beginning in these maps. You no longer have Tartary. It's now Asia in these 1700s. The island of California is now attached to the mainland. And they let the cat out of the bag by telling you that this is Atlantis. To the mainland. Bag by telling you. And they let the cat out of the bag by telling you that this is Atlantis. And they let the cat out of the bag by telling you that this is Atlantis. Although I still think there was probably some land in the middle here that sunk. This could have been part of it. Remember, Turtle Island is North America, and it rose from the water. And 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, this whole area was under the ice. It was the Ice Age, and then it melted, which flooded everything. And the land came up. So we had massive land changes in the 70s. So melted, which flooded everything. And the land came up.
All right, we're just gonna let that marinate right there. Of course, tonight's topic is sacred formulas of Atlantis. However, you know how I play it. Got to give you a little background. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to read that yet. I've learned a lot, so hopefully I can share. And you can learn a lot. But as usual, I've overdone it. And I have a few books here. This is very interesting. Actually, let's go to the beginning. Here we go. So, probably wondering, what is this all about? It's very interesting how the universe works. I saw my brother Aboriginal Power was going live, and as soon as I got on the live stream, the conversation was Atlantis. Well, you know, I didn't want to give away all these jewels that we got. You know, I just, let the other guy who thought he knew something maintain that perception. However, you know what we over here doing? We hawked out. There's a lot of interesting things in here. This may end up being like a series type of thing, just because it's so much. And I want to be able to lay down a foundation, so you understand what's going on. But of course, this is Atlantis. You are now live with the Incredible Hawk from the People's Republic of Atlantis. That's right. It's not a myth, folks. I've had to study so much that I know what they lying about, where they lying, why they lying. Like, it's kind of getting entertaining. Let's go ahead and I really wanted to give, a few more people time to tap in and see that if anybody gets any notifications, because I'm goddamn Shadow Band Clan. Shadow Band. You know what I'm talking about? But it's like studying one thing kind of makes you understand the next thing, and that's why it's hard to get some people to understand just out of their ignorance, their lack of knowledge. It's a lot to put together. That's why this job that I have, this role that I play, it was a responsibility that was delegated to us, when we were upholding our, when we were playing our positions. You know what I'm saying? I have all the information. I can tell you how the formulas were obtained. We're going to get into it. But I found something very interesting in this book, which is, and like I tell many people who aren't sure of who they are, just look in the mirror. Oh, this actually, here, this may come into play later. Yeah, let's go ahead and start here with the color symbolism. Just because we have, here, let me see if I can mark this. Do I have a bookmark here already? 342. Don't let me forget, man. Green light. Green light on that right there. That's the color symbolism. We'll get into that, but I don't want to divulge that formula just yet, people, because this is quite interesting. Now, I digress. As I tell people, look inside of yourself for the answers, my friend. Look at the mirror. Look in the mirror, man. Look in the mirror. Now, so that's what we're going to do here. We're just going to take a little look inside of ourselves and see if any of this resonates with us. Hopefully you haven't, got all nerdy on me and read ahead. But as I read a lot of things, and this is what the colonizer can't hide, is what resonates with us as a people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to read this, and you can tell me if it resonates with you. This is the importance attached to names. And I'm going to leave a marker for this in the description so that you can comment on the importance attached to names, because I want to know, does this resonate with you as a so-called Negro? With my Aboriginal, Atlantean, Indian brothers and sisters, does this resonate with you? Does this resonate with what you know of us as a people? All right. In many of the formulas, especially those relating to love and to life destroying, the shaman mentions the name and clan of his client, of the intended victim, or of the girl whose affections it is desired to win. The Indian regards his name not as a mere label, but as a distinct part of his personality, just as much as are his eyes or his teeth, and believes that injury will result as surely from the malicious handling of his name as from a wound inflicted on any part of his physical organism. This belief was found among the various tribes from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and has occasioned a number of curious regulations in regard to the concealment and change of names. Does that resonate? Are names really that important to our people? What did it say here? Hold on. We're going to reread that. We're going to reread that real quick. The Indian regards his name not as a mere label, but as a distinct part of his personality, just as much as are his eyes or his teeth, and believes that injury will result as surely from the malicious handling of his name as from a wound inflicted on any part of his physical organism. The importance attached to a name. Said it was known by all the Indians.
The Breakfast Club.
Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
I want to start this shit off straight, telling all three of y'all stop playing with my name.
Let's go on there. Let's go.
Stop playing with my fucking name.
Let's go.
Let's
do
it
on camera.
Stop playing with my name.
Let's
I ain't
go
gonna
right
say
on
it
there.
no more.
Let's go on there. Let's go.
Stop playing with my fucking name.
Let's go.
Let's
do it
on camera. Stop playing with my name. I
Let's
ain't
go
gonna
right
say
on
it
there.
no more. Nigga, when my name come up, respect it.
Let's go.
Stop playing with my fucking name. All drill y'all. Stop playing with my name.
Let's go.
Stop playing with my fucking name. All drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ MV Angela.
The Indian regards his name not as a mere label, but as a distinct part of his personality, just as much as are his eyes or his teeth, and believes that injury will result as surely from the malicious handling of his name as from a wound inflicted on any part of his physical organism. This belief was found among the various tribes from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and has occasioned a number of curious regulations in regard to the concealment and change of names. It may be on this account that both Powhatan and Pocahontas are known in history under assumed appellations, their true names having been concealed from the whites until the pseudonyms were too firmly established to be supplanted. Should his prayers have no apparent effect when treating a patient for some serious illness, the shaman sometimes concludes that the name is affected and accordingly goes to water with appropriate ceremonies, and christens the patient with a new name, by which he is henceforth to be known. He then begins afresh, repeating the formulas with the new name selected for the patient in the confident hope that his efforts will be crowned with success. Does that resonate with you people? Drip check.
Motherfucker, you the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother, but when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfucker.
With my fucking name.
Do it on camera.
Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more. Nigga, when my name come up, respect it.
Let's go.
Stop playing with my fucking name. All drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ.
I ain't gonna say it no more. It resonates with me. Peace to the tribes. If you're just now tuning in, I'm gonna say it again. Please share the live stream. You already know what it is, the Unconquered Tribes, Shadow Band. So please share the live stream because we got quite a bit of jewels dropping from the motherfucking sky tonight.
Merged off the coast of Bermuda, and then
There you go. Now, like I said, this may be a series, so I'll just let this play. We're just gonna build on it, and we'll see what we need to break down. But trust and believe, this is Hawk School for the gifted and the elect. You know what I'm talking about? So you already know that it ain't nothing but fly shit. You know what I'm saying? So if I tell you, I mean it. It's the truth. You know what I'm talking about? Let's get it, man.
an advanced civilization that disappeared under the sea. The search for remnants of the lost empire has taken researchers around the globe. They claim to have evidence showing Atlantis submerged off the coast of Bermuda, in the Mediterranean Sea, near the Canary Islands, and as far away as Antarctica. Others think the fate of the island nation was linked to the devastating volcanic eruption in 1500 BC at Thera in the Greek islands, where the jagged peaks of Santorini rise above the Mediterranean Sea today. Now there is another theory, that the remnants of Atlantis are not submerged at all, but lie in plain sight on the American continent in what is now Florida. Let's take a closer look at Plato's description of the land to see why this piece of Florida real estate is worth exploring as the origin of Atlantis.
When you hear the word Atlantis, what does it mean to you? To some people, it's just a name. To others, it brings to mind Plato's story of a lost civilization. Looking toward the Gulf of Mexico, there was a plain which was said to be the fairest of all plains and very fertile. Near the center of the plain, at a distance of some 5.5 miles inland, there was a peninsula. Also, in the center of the peninsula, there was a hill. One of the primeval men of that country lived on this hill. His name was Evanor, and his wife was called Leucippe, and they had an only daughter who was called Cleito. The maiden had already reached womanhood by the time her mother and father died. Poseidon fell in love with her and enclosed the hill on which she lived. They made alternate zones of sea and land, larger and smaller, encircling their home. There were 2 zones of land and 3 zones of water placed evenly around the castle. Each zone was centered on the castle so that no outsider could get to the island home. He brought up 2 springs of water from beneath the earth, one of warm water and the other cold. Poseidon and his wife had 5 pairs of twin male children. Later, as the boys grew older, Poseidon divided the boundless continent into 10 portions. He gave the firstborn of the eldest twins the area of his mother's dwelling and the surrounding allotment. Then he made him king over the rest.
These devils done muted my mic. Luckily, I had the map up there, which is cool. So you've already examined it, but I was given a little narration for the nation. So as by now I'm sure you're aware, you could get you some nice screenshots from that, okay? So that was your opportunity to goddamn hit a lick. All right, so ATLANTIS, Atlantis. All right? That shit from Canada to South America. This is the Atlantic Ocean. They're calling it Atlanticum Pelagus. I was so proud of how I said that. I was really mad that I was muted. You know what I'm saying? And but this was what we're talking about here is this is Poseidon and his 10 sons on this very map. And that's why I had to make sure I wasn't muted, because I was telling you, this ain't no bullshit. Like, I'm the main nigga, be like, man, that's some bullshit. This ain't no bullshit. We live in Atlantis, my nigga. You a motherfucking Atlantean, my nigga. Why you think we so fly? Did you hear me when I said that? I don't know if you heard me when I said that. Let me do a drip check. Let me get a drip check, man. Share the live stream, man. Did you share the live stream? Let's get a drip. We need a drip check, man, before we move forward.
Motherfucker, you the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother, but when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfucker.
The others he made princes, and gave them rule over many men, and allotted him king over the rest. The others he made princes, and gave them rule over many men and a large territory. The eldest child, who was the first king, was named Atlas, and after him the kingdom was called Atlantis. Atlas and his descendants arranged the whole area in the following manner. First of all, they bridged over the zones of water which surrounded the ancient palace. Next, they cut canals around the hill that held the castle. Beginning from the sea, they cut a canal 300 feet wide and 100 feet deep. It was the outermost zone, which they carried through the peninsula, making a passage from the sea up through the city. This canal was 5.5 miles long and became a harbor with an opening sufficient for the largest vessels to enter and exit. This passage from the sea was 1,800 feet wide. However, the next two water zones were narrower. One was 1,200 feet wide, and the one that surrounded the central island to the north was 600 feet wide. The island on which the palace was situated had a diameter of ½ mile. All of this, including the zones and the bridges, which were 100 feet wide, were surrounded on every side by a stone wall. The wall was kept a distance of 5.5 miles from the largest zone or harbor and enclosed the whole city. The ends extended to the mouth of the bay, and they placed towers and gates on the bridges where the sea passed in. Other palaces in the interior of the citadel were constructed on the remaining peninsula. In the center was a holy temple dedicated to Cleito and Poseidon. It remained inaccessible and was surrounded by an enclosure of gold. This was the spot where the family of the 10 princes first saw the light, and where the people annually brought fruits of the earth in their season from all the 10 countries, to be an offering to each of the 10 princes. In the center of the larger of the two islands, there was a race course for horses to race in. It was allowed to extend all around the island. That's enough about the royal palace. Leaving the palace and passing across the zones, we come to the city. The entire area was densely populated, and the canal and the largest harbors were full of vessels and merchants coming from all over the world. And because of their numbers, you could hear
Let's take a little moment from that right there. Because this, you know, if you've been in tune with what we got going on, then you already know who is goddamn in them vessels. You know what I'm saying? Where my nigga at, man? Where my nigga at? It's all coming together, man. Like I really want to get all this out of my mind, man, and share it with you. Where is he? But Thomas Jeremiah is who I'm looking for. Tribe. Here you go. I guess I had to say his name. We just talked about it. Why I'm not paying attention to the sacred formulas? You know what I'm talking about? Why I'm not paying attention? As soon as I said the nigga name, bro, it popped right up. I'm looking. I got 100 motherfucking tabs open. I can't find this nigga name. I said that nigga popped up like Candyman. Just like that. It could all be so simple. I mean, make sure y'all support the stream. You know what I'm saying? Because I spend a lot of money going live. I ain't gonna say on what. But support the channel, because you know what I'm doing over here.
Giving you more of what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
Thomas Jeremiah died 18 August 1775, was a free Negro harbor pilot, firefighter, fisherman, and merchant from Charlestown, South Carolina in British North America, a prominent resident of the city. He was executed for attempting to foment a slave revolt. Of course, we know that's a lie and a hijack. And I had to bring the nigga back. You know what I'm saying? Because this is... I'll go back. Y'all see me pressing the right shit. I don't know what the fuck they on. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, there we go. Moral of the story. We was the niggas with the ships. All right? All this shit finna make sense because I really think I figured some shit out that ain't nobody else really figured out. I mean, you know, per usual. This is a view of Charlestown, capital of South Carolina. It's 1778, right? All right? So I want it all to make sense. Put it all together. We done had 2 drip checks, man. Let me go ahead and see who in the chat, man. Shout out all the motherfucking Nighthawks. Shout out Reyna Leona. Tribe, Snake God, you already know, man. Darius Matthews. Tribe. We in this motherfucker, man. Nighthawking and Skywalking. You know what I'm talking about? Free Papua. I be wanting to say y'all names right, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we already know that's in the sacred formulas. You know what I'm saying? That shit is important. We learned that already. That was the first thing we learned. Okay. I'm gonna have in the description. I'm gonna have a whole little what's it called? A little timestamp. You know what I'm saying? So we know what we learning. So far, one of the sacred formulas is the importance of a name and the power of a name and the power of a motherfucker speaking on your name. You know what I'm saying? And all this is going to make sense. Trust me. It's all going to line up. It's all going to resonate with you. You're going to understand a lot about yourself as you start listening to these different stories that people are telling about us. Because now that we know how to apply this to ourselves, because we had to learn this because we've been lied to and told that we were from Africa, that we're not Aboriginal, autochthonous to the land. You know what I'm saying? So we know how to listen to the story and dodge the hijack. We spin moving out here. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I really wanted to get the right things and pull them together. So you got to take all the pieces. Like I say, this is an investigation. These ain't nothing but affidavits from a whole bunch of informants. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was telling a nigga on Power Live. Shout out my nigga Bap. Copper Grizzly, man. Go subscribe to Aboriginal Power. Right here on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Republic of Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? Citizen of Atlantis, nigga. What's happening? Like I was telling the nigga. Man, I'm over here so lit. Let me just stop talking my shit and get back to the lesson. Oh, maybe if I X out of that, that's slowing me down. So, ain't y'all glad y'all teacher get high? I'm the medicine man, nigga. How I'm gonna be a medicine man with no medicine? The fuck? It's one of the sacred formulas. Importance attached to names. All right. Put some respect on our motherfucking name. Let's get back to this. Let me see. Let's read. What was that motherfucker talking about? Oh yeah, let's read a little more about Thomas real quick, just in case they don't know who Thomas is. We don't even need that. Why is that right there? X out of that. See, here's the map. You see how it's folded. Atlanticum Pelagus. Oh. Thomas Jeremiah. Thomas Jeremiah. All right, you see I got all these books, man. I'm reading like probably 5 books right now. Thomas Jeremiah. The fuck? Did I X out that nigga shit? Pause. Atlantis Insula. See now, and that's another thing. Fuck it. That's what these pillars are about. All right. That's exactly what these pillars are about. It's all gonna make sense. It's all gonna come together. I can't even tell you this. We might be here a while. I don't know if you at work or what. If you're a goddamn insomniac. But all of this shit is gonna connect. Because see, that's just like the number 11. See, this is the Pillars of Hercules. All right, and the Pillars of Hercules, that is at the Strait of Gibraltar. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's just find a little simple map. Here we go. Let me show y'all where this is. All right. It's just a regular old map. Get over here, man. What the fuck? I hate when this shit happens. Open open a new tab. Where you open that? I don't even know where this motherfucker opened at. I got too much shit going on, man. Yeah, it's one of y'all niggas' ancestors. We'll get to that. Here it is. Alright. Damn, man, what the fuck? I'm trying to be way over there in Africa, man. Alright, check it out. Alright, so this, and you can actually see it on the map if we zoom in a little more. I'm going to show you. There, it's even on the map. See right here? It says Strait of Gibraltar. Okay? Because that's the gate. That's the gate to motherfucking Atlantis. It's being guarded by Hercules. Right here. That's the way out. All right? Some of these niggas think they smart, but they ain't. Because it looked different on this map, but really, in real life, you know what I'm saying? We're separate from the rest of the world. We're special people over here. All this is all this world, this everything else. This us over here. This Atlantis, according to the 1700 map, right? Insula. Atlantis. These are those pillars, okay? That's what that represents down there. That's the gate coming out. This is Mauritania, all right? Morocco, North Africa. So, Spain, you see Spain's right here. You see, this is Europe. You see how close Africa and Europe are? How easy it is for them to interact? Now, if you just some regular motherfucker, even if you on the coast over here, all you can do is, you don't see nothing but water. You don't have no idea what's over here. All right? Remember, this is undiscovered. This is the new world. Because ain't nobody know shit about us. Except for the people who can move around through the waters. All right? We know goddamn my nigga Thomas Jeremiah was moving through the water 1775. We know that. Let me not go too far. Now, here we're going to see how motherfuckers straight stealing shit. You know what I'm saying? How the formulas were obtained. How they went around stealing our knowledge. Oh, and shout out to you, Free Papua. I got the book. We got Mooney on deck. I'm thinking, man, I'm giving too many books away. But they free to me, man. I ain't even no nigga like that, bro. I got Mooney book right here. I'm reading it right now. No cap. We do this shit for us. Myths of the Cherokee and Sacred Formulas of the Cherokee by James Mooney. Hey, man. I haven't read it yet, so we'll do that homework and you'll be up to speed on the next part of the series. You know what I'm saying? because I said it's going to be a series. Put this in the chat, man. Drop these jewels. Peace, Hawk Yossi in here. Tribe. Georgia Peach. You already know how we hawking. Big hawking. Yeah, man, I don't know. I didn't put the Nightbot shit on there. But that's probably how the spam shit got on there. But I got to go check and see what motherfucker got access to my YouTube, some whole other shit. Peace to American Aboriginal in here. Tribe. Yeah, man. See if I forgot anybody. Mega Traveling, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, y'all hear me now. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is up with the Nightbot shit. Sacred Formulas of the Cherokee. Oh, man, I got, like, even for real, even if you're a Freemason, my nigga, you might as well come over here and fuck with Hawk School because I'm the top dog. I'm goddamn 99th degree, nigga. What the fuck you thought? You know what I'm saying? Now, let's get back to the Pillars of Hercules because that's what happened. That's really what happened. It's motherfucking when the Moors lost control of Spain, that's when all the secrets about how we was operating and moving got out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna say that I think that they were betrayed and then niggas betrayed us. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it was ever a situation of no enemy shit. I think them niggas was protecting us from all the rest of them savages and barbarians because we was them niggas. You know what I'm saying? The Atlanteans. You know what I'm saying? And the motherfuckers who had control knew that. Because now remember how old this story is. So the Moors controlled Spain for 700 years? So as soon as they lose control, then all these motherfuckers flooding us coming over here trying to steal from us. You know what I'm saying? What was I reading in this other book? Oh, that ain't even it. I got books over here. Hold on. I'm reading, what's this called? This is called, Atlantis in America. Of course. Page 75. Let's see what it says here. It's really hard to, like, get all this to y'all, man. It's like because I read so much. Here, let's just read. I'm just going to read it. If I marked it, I read it. We'll see how it applies, hopefully. It says, in the course of the various narratives which... That's cool. In the course of the various narratives which compose this myth system, an earlier world is described to us with an order of existence and a method of conduct on which the life of primitive man in America was patterned. That earlier world had two periods of duration, one of complete and perfect harmony, another of violence, collision, and conflict. Described briefly and by an Indian, the America myth system is as follows. There was a world before this one in which we are living at present that was the world of the first people, who were different from us altogether. Those people were very numerous, so numerous that if a count could be made of all the stars in the sky, all the feathers on birds, all the hair and fur on animals, they would not be so numerous as the first people. These people lived very long in peace, in concord, in harmony, in happiness. No man knows, no man can tell how long they lived in that way. At last the minds of all except a very small number were changed. At last, the minds of all except a very small number were changed. They fell into conflict. One offended another, consciously or unconsciously. One injured another, with or without intention. One wanted some special thing, another wanted that very thing also. Conflict set in. Shit's deep. Conflict set in, and because of this came a time of activity and struggle to which there was no end or stop to the great majority of the first people, that is, all except a small number, were turned into various kinds of living creatures that are on earth now or have been on earth except man, that is. All kinds of beasts, birds, reptiles, fish, worms, and insects, as well as trees, plants, grass, rocks, and some mountains. They were turned into everything that we see on the earth or in the sky. Now you may say to yourself, oh man, they was turned in. Yes, nigga, because they went back to the essence. That's a fact. What you think happened to you, nigga? You turn into motherfucking worm food and turn into some flowers that attract an insect that goddamn a bird eat, nigga. Like, you gotta vibrate on a higher level, man, when we dealing with what we talking about here, man. We talking about who we are as the niggas who Hercules is guarding the door, nigga. You understand me? Hercules, watch the door, nigga. Republic of Atlantis over here. You know what I'm talking about? Watch the door. They got Hercules at the gate. We just seen where it was. This where he at. He's trying to keep them out. Who is he trying to keep out? The fuck? Who you thought? Who you think? Who you think? The mystery schools. All right? What they all flying on their motherfucking hats, nigga? Star and crescents. The fuck is he talking about? The secret wasn't supposed to be given up. Niggas wasn't supposed to come over here and fuck with Atlantis. He said, how long do we know if they lived in peace? At least 700 years.
Hear human voices with din and clatter of all sorts, night and day. I have voices now, and the largest harbors were full of vessels and merchants coming from all over the world. And because of their numbers, you could hear human voices with din and clatter of all sorts, night and day. I have described the city and the surrounding environments of the ancient palace nearly in the words of Solomon. And now I must describe the nature and arrangements of the rest of the land. Solomon said that the whole country was very lofty and precipitous on the side of the sea, but the country immediately about and surrounding the city was a level plain, itself surrounded by a mountain range, which...
I need this visual aid for what I'm about to read. The small number of the former people who did not quarrel, those great first people of the old time who remained of one mind and harmonious, left the earth, sailed away westward. Ain't nothing west but right here. Even if you want to be all down here, because we've seen it was all the way down to South America. So even if it was more land here, they sailed away west. This is west. If they sailing up, it's west. It ain't over there. All right? It says the small number of the former people who did not quarrel, those great first people of the old time who remained of one mind and harmonious, left the earth, sailed away westward, past that line where the sky comes down to the earth, past that line, the horizon, my friends. Stayed there or withdrew to upper regions and lived in them happily, lived in agreement, lived so today, and will live in the same way hereafter. This description of the ancient world by an Indian might as well have been drawn from Plato's account of Atlantis. It speaks of a teeming and civilized country which must have been situated in the ocean and east of America, as its survivors sailed away westward from its shores. It describes almost exactly the alteration in the mental attitude of the people of Atlantis, of which Plato speaks. He says that generations for polity of the first divine Atlanteans, the civilizers, remained undisturbed. The people were gentle and obedient to the laws. The people were gentle and obedient to the laws and to the gods, and wise and charitable in their intercourse with one another. But gradually, the blood of the gods which flowed in their veins became diluted with the mortal admixture, and they grew degenerate, so that Zeus regarded them with disfavor. The native Indian whom Curtin quotes says that these first people were different from us altogether. They lived long in peace, in concord, and in happiness, for no man knows how long. At last, their minds were changed. Only a few retained the ancient worthiness. They offended each other. They became like animals in their selfishness and their desires. But the worthy remnant, those great first people of the old time who remained of one mind and harmonious, the civilized few who jealously retained the tradition of culture and propriety, sailed away westward to places beyond. If the above is not a true reminiscence of the Atlantis myth, I am much at fault. To be sure, the final catastrophe is not alluded to, but it is not mentioned in other accounts as we have seen. This Indian story speaks of unrest and rebellion and the final breakup of a social system. It is as such a crisis that Plato's account of the affairs of Atlantis breaks off short. Zeus is about to rebuke the Atlanteans. After that, we know nothing, but that a certain number left Atlantis after the final catastrophe is one of the most certain things in tradition. Let us examine the possible relationship of these American myths to the Atlantean tradition a little more closely.
Descended toward the sea. The plain which descended toward the plain, very lofty and precipitous on the side of the sea, but the country immediately about and surrounding the city was a level plain, itself surrounded by a mountain range which descended toward the sea. The plain was smooth and even, and of an oblong shape. It extended in one direction 330 miles, but across the center inland it was 110 miles. This part of the continent looked toward the south and was sheltered from the north. The plain was fashioned by nature and by the labors of many generations of kings through long ages. There was a large ditch that followed its coastline. The depth and width and length of this ditch were incredible and gave the impression that a work of such extent, in addition to so many others, could never have been artificial. The ditch was excavated to a depth of 100 feet, and its width was 600 feet everywhere. It went around the whole plain and was 1,100 miles long. It received the streams that came down the mountains and went around the plain, meeting at the city, where its waters ran off into the sea. Further inland, straight canals 100 feet wide were cut from the ditch through the plain, letting the water off into the sea.
So, just so we don't think it's too far-fetched, let's see, because all of this is really starting to come together in my mind. As we start, if we think about what we've been studying with the technology, the antiquitech, the buildings, all the patents that the so-called Negro have acquired, all of the technology that we've given the world, like we're truly the Atlanteans of the world already. And if you just heard what I read on how, according to Plato's account, on how Atlantis fell, it sounds like niggas. You might have to run it back. So, let's read. You know I love to read, man. Reading is fundamental. Plenty of evidence is forthcoming to show that the art of mummification existed in other parts of North and South America in a more or less debased form. The Indians of Kentucky dried the body and filled it with sand, wrapping it in skins or matting and placing it in a hut or cavern. In the Darien region, the dead were eviscerated and the body was filled with resin, after which the corpse was smoked for preservation and kept in the ancestral hut. The Indians of Virginia removed the skins and at a later stage restored it to the skeletons. In the island of Ameriqa in the Amazon Delta, large buried vases are discovered resembling the sarcophagi of Egypt in their symbolic ornamentation, says Holmes. Many of the Ameriqa vases are of a large size and are tastefully embellished with human and animal features in relief, the relief motifs being elaborated and complicated and often formal designs in color. Other vases of various shapes and sizes are embellished with incised and carved geometrical patterns, often labyrinths showing excellent taste. These embellishments are distinct from those of the more southern regions as well as those of the western highlands, but appear to resemble the decorative art of the Guyanians and the West Indies. A number of very striking and handsome vessels obtained from graves and caverns in the valley of the Kuanani are manifestly the work of related people. According to Pinkerton, the Indians of Maryland and Virginia preserved their dead as follows. Blah, blah, blah. And it goes on, it goes on. The Congaree or Santee Indians of South Carolina, according to Lawson, used a process of partial embalming. Schoolcraft in the history of the Indian tribes quotes as follows: as soon as the party is dead, they lay the corpse. So he's showing and proving that mummification has been a process that was even practiced by the American Indians. And that's just something, oh, this was interesting. Just to go along with the fact that we gave all of this to the world. Have you seen the what are these people called? Oh, here's one of them. See, this is even, here's a which book is this from? Here's a sculpture. Those are the pillars of Hercules. I don't know why the fuck I didn't mute this shit, but it's hard to look over here at this other monitor and look back, and for some strange reason, my shit is muted. Like, why would I mute in the middle of what I was saying? I digress. These are the pillars of Hercules. So if you haven't paid your dues, or you don't have enough degrees to know what the fuck is going on, all right? It's all, you controlling the narrative to lie because they came over here to steal Look, all right, I just looked and I was over there reading. I looked back and my shit muted again, bro. This shit is bananas, bro. This shit is crazy. This shit crazy, bro. It don't matter. It's going to get out here. The Guanich people. Oh, what did I want to show y'all? Oh, yeah. I know what it is. I remember. Hold on. Damn, man, I be reading a lot of shit, dog. Hold on. Because I just showed y'all. Oh, yeah, we on the Freemason shit. See, because I don't know how long you've been in Hawk School, you know what I'm saying? Because it is for the gifted and elect, so we don't have to keep track of niggas. You know what I'm saying? We gifted and elected, goddamn me. But in the spirit of the Red Hand, we hear Manly P. Hall by way of, what's this nigga's name? William Cooper. We learned that the mystery schools violated the oath of not coming over here to violate us. You know what I'm saying? And I was just wondering, because they were being held back by the decree, you know what I'm saying? And that's what the Pope and them all violated. And they know they violated it. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get there. We're kind of early. So I hope you got your seatbelt on. I went back too far. This is one of them websites that got down. Them motherfuckers probably delete that motherfucker as soon as I read it. I gotta find it though. Just bear with me. All this shit go together, bro. All this shit go together. This had to be, what day? Maybe it was from yesterday. And man, peace to the chat, man. This would be a fine time for you to share the live stream because you know what we're doing over here. Oh, you don't?
Giving you more of what you hoping for. You ain't hoping in the Lord, huh? You hoping in vain, material, superficial shit. That's why you can't see me, house niggas.
All right. read something here. Hopefully I'm not reading it too soon in the lesson. Here we go. Let's read this. And let's get a little visual aid here. Oh, I had it over here the whole time, dumbass. All right. Put some respect on your own name. Firewater, goddammit. All right, let's get it. It may be a little early for this. We ain't even let goddamn pale-faced Tony finish talking about the goddamn Tampa. Let's do that first.
These canals were at intervals of 11 miles. They transported the fruits of the earth in ships by traversing passages from one
33 in the chat. Shout out to the goddamn mystery schools.
Motherfucker, ain't no corrupt communication came out my mouth. You know what the corrupt communication is? That's when you talk about the devil. He the devil. Your motherfucking communication is corrupted. Whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out.
Into another and to the city.
The following is another quote from Plato. This statement was injected into the story to explain what happened to Atlantis.
But afterwards there occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, the soldiers sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis disappeared in the depths of the sea.
Sailors went back out into the ocean looking for Atlantis after the floods and devastation. When they came upon what should have been Atlantis, they found a shoal of mud and thought it was the debris from the sunken continent. From their description, they assumed the continent had sunk. We now know that a large tsunami will turn a flat, level plain into a mud flat. From the ocean, they would not have been able to tell that the mountains and the rest of the continent were still standing.
Now you know the true meanings of Atlantis. The Atlantis Kingdom was once the boundless continent known as North, South, and Central America. Atlantis continent refers to either North America or South America as one of the Atlantis continents. Atlantis country describes the area of land including Florida, Georgia, the Appalachian Mountains, and the Great Lakes. It was the royal country that ruled over the other 9 countries. Atlantis City refers to the royal city of Atlantis and is now Tampa, Florida. Atlantis Island refers to the small triangular island now known as Harbor Island near Tampa, and it was once the home of the royal palace.
Plato wrote of Atlantis in past tense because he thought it had sunk.
Because he thought it sunk. It's 3:33, live from Mound City, People's Republic of Atlantis.
Plato wrote of Atlantis in past tense because he thought it had sunk. The truth is, Atlantis is still very much above water today with all of its geographic features in place, tangible and measurable, just as Plato described.
Just as he described. So we have to say, oh, well, we got all this Tartarian shit going on. So what the fuck was going on? What's in Tampa? Is there anything that even looks like it could be a remnant of Atlantis? That's what you have to ask yourself. Well, of course there is.
Lucid chart makes it.
Don't do that, man. You know, initially when I started to do this build, it was just going to be about the Cherokee formulas, sacred formulas of the Cherokees. But as I got into it, it just, you know, knowing that it was going to be probably multiple videos, it's just so much, man. Let's read this. The history of the Old Testament is the history of Atlantis. The story of Atlantis comes down to us in the 4th century BC from the Greek historian and philosopher Plato. According to Plato, Atlantis was a massive kingdom of gods, priests, and magicians across the Pillars of Hercules, who had the most powerful navy that the world has even known. Plato had written that the Atlanteans had conquered many parts of Western Europe and Africa 9,000 years before the time of the legendary 10th century BC Athenian lawgiver Solon. Eventually, the ancient empire of Atlantis was destroyed in a single night for their pride and godlessness. Manly P. Hall had written about the magic and religion of Atlantis in the secret teachings of all ages. According to secret tradition, it was during the later Atlantean epoch that black magic and sorcery dominated the esoteric schools, resulting in the bloody sacrificial rites and gruesome idolatry, which ultimately overthrew the Atlantean Empire and even penetrated the Aryan religious world. However, the memory of the Atlanteans would not die on that fateful day. The story of Atlantis is a story that appears to be still pertinent today. It has been said by many authors that when the blueprints were being drawn for colonization of the Americas, the master plan of these builders was to create a new Atlantis. Now, I don't know about you, friends, but there's a lot of motherfucking code words in there. However, this time around, they would be sure that between these pillars of Hercules, this new kingdom would not be destroyed. I don't think y'all hear me. Let me rewind that. You know I love to rewind shit. It has been said by many authors that when the blueprints were being drawn for colonization of the Americas, the master plan of these builders was to create a new Atlantis. However, this time around, they would be sure that between these pillars of Hercules, this new kingdom would not be destroyed. One of the master builders on this project was a man named Sir Francis Bacon. Bacon had written a book on this subject, titled New Atlantis, quote unquote, which he heralded the coming of the kingdom of man. Manly P. Hall had written in The Secret Destiny of America on Francis Bacon's plan. Bacon quickly realized that here in the New World was the proper environment for the accomplishment of his great dream, the establishment of the philosophic empire. It must be remembered that Bacon did not play a lone hand. He was the head of a secret society, including in its membership the most brilliant intellectuals of his day. All these men were bound together by a common oath to labor in the cause of a world democracy. Bacon's Society of the Unknown Philosophers included men of high rank and broad influence. Together with Bacon, they devised the colonization scheme. In studying the people who were called the Amorites in the Bible, I have found that they were not just defined by race or culture. The Amorites had ruled or co-ruled a massive area that was both multiracial and multicultural. The strength of the Amorite society was contained within 4 key areas that all work hand in hand with one another. These strengths are religion, magic, racial relations, and commercial industry. What I find interesting is that these same methods the Amorites had used in building their massive empire in the Old World are similar to those that were said to be used by the lost empire of Atlantis. The Canaanites of the Bible were also said to be merchants, and the Phoenicians as well. These same exact traits can easily be seen today in the modern Western world, and especially here in the American empire that appears to be the biblical Amorite empire of yesteryear, and very similar to the mythological empire of Plato known as Atlantis. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. Genesis 15:16. When I look to the lost empire of Atlantis, or who we know of as the ancient biblical Amorites, I find 2 empires who were great city builders and religious pioneers of the old world. Today, when I search for clues for the New Jerusalem or the New Atlantis, my eyes look no further than the Western world. The same mighty Amorites who eventually had merged with the Hittites to become the masters of Jerusalem and who had ruled in the land of Amaru, land of Canaan, may in fact today be most the Western world as we know it, and certainly here in the land of Americas. The former, the Atlanteans of the old Atlantis, or the Amorites of the Bible, from the land of Canaan, and the latter simply the New Atlantis of Francis Bacon. The history of the New Atlantis is not something that is taught in our schools or on the History Channel. These facts are not found in our history books, and it is not common knowledge to the people on Main Street here in the United States of America. The secret rulers of the world have always thought the same truths are best kept. The secret rulers of the world have always thought that some truths are best kept secret, or at least out of public school education, because more often than not, people cannot handle the truth. I will leave you with another quote from Manly P. Hall, Secret Destiny of America, on Francis Bacon's American Secret Society. Men bound by a secret oath to labor in the cause of world democracy decided that in the American colonies they would plant the roots of a new way of life. Brotherhoods were established to meet secretly, and they quietly and industriously conditioned America to its destiny for leadership and a free world. Benjamin Franklin exercised an enormous psychological influence in colonial politics as the appointed spokesman of the unknown philosophers. He did not make laws, but his words became law. Tonight's topic is the sacred formulas of Atlantis.
But change your motherfucking mindset. You wanna know why you ain't got shit? Cause you ain't thinking about shit. I come out the door every day with this shit on my mind. I'm gonna give me a bag. Fuck wrong with you? I'm gonna give me some cash. Change your motherfucking mindset, man. You think pennies, you get pennies. Bitch, I'm thinking dollars.
Peaceful tribes, if you're just not tuning in, man, you already know the vibe. Share the live, man. Shadow bang bang.
Miracles of Mexico. This series presents information.
The Aztecs called this place Tlahuitzca. Atlantean statues, city. I'm your host, Robert Calpante. I'm your host, place Tlahuitzcalpante Cutli, the Temple of the Morning Star. It is a massive pyramid in the center of the ancient city of Tula, the civic ceremonial capital of the Toltecs. On top of the pyramid are curious stone carvings. They are giants. Standing over 15 feet tall and weighing several tons each, these basalt carvings in human form are the masters of all they survey. Called the Atlantean statues, or in Spanish, Los Atlantes, these huge sculptures are perhaps the most enigmatic surviving artifacts of the Toltec civilization, which ruled central Mexico about 1,000 years ago. No one knows how these figures were made or how they were transported to the top of the pyramid. Please go to MexicoUnexplained.com to see pictures of these colossal figures. In order to understand the Atlantean figures, we must first understand the context in which we find them. The statues dominate the abandoned ancient city of Tula, located in the central highlands of Mexico, in the present-day Mexican state of Hidalgo, about 45 miles from Mexico City. According to archaeologists and anthropologists, the name Tula comes from the Aztec phrase Tolan Xicocotitlan, which means the place where the reeds grow. The Aztecs later shortened this to Tolan, which has been more generally used to denote any urban center. The city of Tula has long been believed to be the capital of the Toltec Empire, although some archaeologists describe the Toltecs politically as having a kingdom rather than an empire. Some believe that the term Toltec is best used to describe a civilization instead of a political entity. In any event, the Toltecs came to prominence in the power vacuum left by the fall of Teotihuacan at around the 8th century AD, the first village at the site of the surrounding the city. The extended urban area stretched to about 1,000 square kilometers. As the center of trade, some believe that half of the population of Tula was engaged in some sort of craft production, including work in stone and ceramics. In fact, the very word Toltec in the novel...
I just gotta pause this because it's crazy to me. When I hear these motherfuckers talk about they possibly did stonework. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Possibly. As a matter of fact,
civilization.
It's just some more Atlantean shit connected to us, the Indians, the Toltecs. Oh yeah. So even the Guanich people, all right, because we didn't even get to that they took to Texas. Even they build pyramids. There's pyramids over there. Same people as rapping mummies on this little island. Why the mummies of Spain, Canary Island are better preserved than Egypt. A 5-year study into the mummified remains found in the Canary Islands DNA test showed they originally came from West or North Africa, which is bullshit because I've read too much. So here's some pyramids found on the Canary Islands, all right? That's what they building. Oh yeah, that's an old girl mummy. We don't want to get to that yet. Hold on, I'm gonna break it all down for you, Hawk. Yeah, that's definitely what happened. I know what happened. I'm telling you. So yeah, let's go back here. Let's rewind a little bit. What is a maritime pilot? Okay, we know what a maritime pilot is. Pilot. Now, the word pilot is believed to have come from the Middle French pilot, from Italian pilota, blah, blah, blah. Blade of an oar. Okay? So when we see that a nigga's a harbor pilot automatically in those times has to do with a motherfucking ship, with a boat. You see harbor pilot? I wasn't even supposed to open that tab, but just to keep everybody up to speed. I wanted to, oh, here it is. Even in these troubled times. Now check this out. It says, even in these troubled times, attests its value in the eyes of American buyers. Okay, they're trying to sell the Guanich people. All right, check this out. However, the mining industries will be confined to the mountainous region, blah, blah, blah. In looking at the future development of Cuba, we have to consider the questions of labor. This is of three kinds, white, black, and yellow. The white labor consisted of native Cubans, natives of the Canary Islands, and Spaniards, of whom the latter are far the best for general work. The war has seen the complete overturning of the island's labor system and the destruction and demoralization of laborers. No white man can do manual labor in the tropics continuously and live unless he be of Latin races. In the adjacent islands, especially Jamaica, there is a large surplus of Negroes who might be attracted to the island, but as a laboring class, these Negroes are unreliable. Besides, there is a potent danger which we need not mention, the introducing this class into Cuba. The blacks of our southern states might be drawn upon in the connection, but notwithstanding our tendency to discourage them at home, we have no surplus of industrious ones to spare. Altogether, the most prolific source of laborers must be the southern lands of Europe, and the stream of immigration from them which now pours into our northern states. All right, so this was, I probably wasn't even supposed to read that either, but this is just showing that they were nothing but some fucking scallywags. What is this? Oh, the Grand Canaries. Oh, this is the people. Bum, 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 bum. This is just some old shit because this is all the way 1500s. Motherfuckers been over there fucking with the Guanich people. But here, because they were talking about how they were descended from North Africa, but this is something I had because it says, if thus historical and anthropological information agreed that they were light-colored, above all blondes individuals, their frequency is overestimated in literary sources. The blonde, Guanich, and Canarians were likely most noticeable to the Southers, from whom most reports stem, so they play an exaggerated role in their reports. From muscle and skin remains of the mummified dead, the ABO blood types could also be determined, and thereby at least one of the serological characters which play a large role in modern population biology. So they were trying to say they were RH negative. They're not. They're ABO, nigga. So because they was trying to claim them, you know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to say they from Africa, trying to say they some Berbers and shit because they had blonde hair. I'm sure y'all seen the pictures of them, the niggas with the blonde hair. Let's see. You gotta talk robot, you know what I'm saying? And what's crazy is when you look up the Canary Island people, if you just do like a random ass, you know what I'm saying, search, and just type in Canary Islands or people of the Canary Islands, you're not going to get these people. You're going to get Europeans or pale-faced people. You know what I'm saying? These Melanesians, people of Solomon Islands. You see the Guanich people come up, but now and then all of a sudden it changes. Let's go. You got the Canary Island mummies. You got the Canary Island pyramids. What's this? And they're doing the same thing that they always do. Dressing up, playing like, what the fuck is this? People dressed up as iguanas, the Aboriginal Berber inhabitants. All right? So they trying to, because there's probably some slaves got mixed up in there. People dressed as iguanas. $500? Aboriginal Berber inhabitants of the Canary Islands performed the apparition of the Virgin del Socorro, the natives of Tenerife of the beach of El Sarro. Blah, blah, blah. More dick riding Atlanteans. Because, you know what I'm saying? Because they was fucking with the Spanish. And at the time, those Spanish were probably the Moors. But, yeah, these are the pyramids from their lands. Now, they talk about the demons and shit. Matter of fact, that'll be a good time to go back here. Let me see. All right, well, I guess I'll just do what the Most High want me to do then. We're going to talk about the color symbolism. Color symbolism. Let's get some more sacred formulas for y'all. Peace to the tribes, man. Make sure you hit the like if you just came in the door. I do appreciate you. We haven't gone too long yet. I ain't even roll up another one. But I've definitely smoked everything I rolled up. All right. Oh, shit. Color symbolism plays an important part in the shamanistic system of Cherokees, no less than in that of other tribes. Each one of the cardinal points has its corresponding colors, and each color its symbolic meaning, so that each spirit invoked corresponds in color and local habitation with the characteristics imputed into him, and is connected with other spirits of the same name but of other colors, living in other parts of the upper world and differing widely in their characteristic. Thus, the red man living in the east is the spirit of power, triumphing success, but the black man in the west is the spirit of death. Now, see, this is important because they have this information, and we Indians, you know what I'm saying? And they done convince you to call yourself a black man. It's all kinds of curses motherfuckers putting on you. You know what I'm saying? But the black man in the west is the spirit of death. The shaman therefore invokes the red man to the assistance of his client and consigns his enemy to the fatal influences of the black man. The symbolic color system of the Cherokees, which will be explained more fully in connection with the formulas, is as follows: east red, north blue, west black, south blah, 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 blah. There is a great diversity in the color system of the various tribes, both as to the location and significance of the colors, but for obvious reasons, black was generally taken as the symbol of death, while white and red signified respectively peace and power. It is somewhat remarkable that red was the emblem of power and triumph among the ancient Oriental nations, no less than among the modern Cherokees. Let's see what this is. Oh, I really wanted to get into damn, bro, it'd be so much shit. Hey man, let me give y'all this book. I was trying to find something that I had read, man. I thought I marked it. Regarding the spirits and shit. And the reason that this all goes together is because the Cherokee and the Iroquois are descended of Atlantis. It's in their stories. Or should I say our stories? One of these days, I'm just going to get on here and just read all the books that I got open that I'm reading simultaneously to y'all. This shit is insane. It keeps me out of trouble, though. Is it in here, maybe? And it seems that there's an argument with even like the I guess scientists or whatever you want to call them. They're arguing the same things that we're arguing. So this is a very, very interesting book. And it's full of sacred formulas. Where is how we attain the formula? Yeah, here we go. And I'm gonna give y'all a break from all this reading shit. I know it's late, man. You want to kick back. And just to clear some things up.
Hello, of all the Indian nations. A great many of them here, but for some reason it's all about the Cherokee specifically in most cases. So, the background of the Cherokee, they started out more or less in this area, depending on which map you look at, but generally at this intersection of modern states. With the Trail of Tears, they were shunted off to the west into Oklahoma. And Oklahoma is where a lot of people who believe that they have Cherokee backgrounds come from. Well, this all seems to be very hand in glove, right? In fact, there are Cherokee rolls that indicate that people are Cherokee. Well, it's more like Cherokee in quotes, because the DNA is starting to come in from these people, and well, this is an absolutely perfect example. This is the ethnicity of someone who tested through 23andMe, in part looking to see how much.
Now here, we about to see these reservations, these orphan train motherfuckers that's on the rolls. Talking about they Atlanteans.
Their theoretical Indian ancestry was real. Well, blue is European. This person is very, very white, 99% white. However, there are noticeable bits and pieces of not white. got a little bit of purple for Africa, a little bit of orange for Asia, although a lot of Far Eastern Asia is mixed up with Indians a lot, so this could very easily be more Indians. But Far Eastern Asia is mixed up with Indians a lot, so Asia, although a lot of Far Eastern Asia is mixed up with Indians a lot, so this could very easily be more Indians. But here's the money. The big yellow stretch here is actual Amerindians. Stretch of DNA is actually a bit less than 0.8.
Now, I just want you to pay attention. Of course, you know, just another affidavit, so we can't take everything. It says the stretch of DNA is actually a bit less than 0.8%, but it is more than most with an Indian background get as often as not. The Indians turn out to be Africans.
Percent, but is more than most with an Indian background yet. As often as not, the Indians turn out to be Africans.
You were not born to be a salesman.
Like, these people know exactly who we are, bro. Everybody knows who we are. The bacon nigga, that's a whole nother bill with the whole shit they did running the scam. And the secret brotherhood that was in charge of that, the motherfuckers who was putting them little dirty ass kids on the trains over here. Because that was the operation. You ain't shipping trains full of motherfucking kids all across the motherfucking world. You know what I'm saying? So now these motherfuckers, this is the blood of these people who over there on the reservations. And the reason he's saying Africa because it's matching with niggas. And they giving you this bogus shit. What was I just watching? Here, we'll let this play a little more.
Well, we first go back in time a bit to a group known as the Scots-Irish. To make a long story short, as England and Scotland were...
Now, this is actually another good visual aid. You see Morocco here, all right? So because you hear about these people, you read about this shit, and you don't really get a good understanding. Now, this is all the way across the Atlantic. Can't nobody even see us over here. A nigga get all the way to the middle of the ocean and probably fucking die. Motherfuckers was losing their ships. Spanish Armada got lost in the fucking sea. Britain got the upper hand. All right, so here's Morocco, Portugal, Spain, France, Algeria. Okay, Morocco, Portugal, Spain. Here go the motherfuckers who was coming over here, right? Morocco, these are the motherfuckers in control of the coast. Here is the Straits of Gibraltar, where Hercules is guarding the door because these niggas was protecting us. These Moor niggas was protecting us from these savages in these motherfucking caves, bro. They had control over them. They was doing business with us. They knew who we was. They was over here in goddamn South Carolina. And even when we deal with the Tampa shit, what you gonna get? Who over there? Who over there in Tampa? It's the Buccaneers, ain't it? Where you at? See, before we get into the formulas, you got to understand why we get into the formulas, what it has to do with you. You know what I'm talking about? Here's some more of these mummies from the Canary Islands. I know, man. I know where I'm going. I thought I opened up another tab. Where'd my nigga go? Bear with me, man. Bear with me. Bear with me.
Tom, next caller. Tom, next caller. You don't like it? Kiss my ass, you don't like it. It's my house.
That's a very good point, Reverend X. Jeremiah's first appearance in the historical records. Let's go back. No, we'll stay there. Jeremiah's first appearance in the historical records are in 1750s in the South Carolina Gazette, where he was blamed for running the HMS Jamaica and Brothers Adventure aground. His skills evidently improved as he was recognized as one of the best pilots in the harbor, 1775. And just in case you just tuned in, Thomas Jeremiah is a free Negro harbor pilot, firefighter, fisherman, merchant from Charleston, South Carolina, in British North America. British North America. And that's why I said what I said. British North America comprised the colonial territories of the British Empire in North America from 1783 onwards. So, he was cool with them. You know what I'm saying? His skills evidently improved as he was recognized as one of the best pilots in the harbor in 1775. And he was also recognized for other activities. His public service were universally acknowledged, according to the governor. Now, we already know the play if they even recognizing this nigga, but he probably wouldn't get with the shit. All right. Jeremiah was also a slave owner who used slaves in a commercial fishing operation in 1768. The South Carolina Gazette noted that Negro Jerry, well known for extinguishing fires, has just completed a whaleboat in order to supply the inhabitants of Charlestown with live fish every day. His wealth was estimated as high as 1,000 sterling, equivalent to $250,000 in 2021. Scholar J. William Harris speculates that Jeremiah was probably the richest Negro in British North America. All right. So, yeah, some of this stuff we might have to save for the next one. This is what we're looking at. Same timeline. You know what? That's what we're going to do. Sacred Formulas of Atlantis, live from the Republic. Make sure to support the channel, man. All right, we don't need that. We may need that again. Hang in there, hang in there. All right. I got something for you. Because, like I say, we might do a live where we just get all the way into the nothing but book. But first, I want you to know that you're in Atlantis. Second, I want you to know that you're connected to Atlantis. And then we can start breaking down the formulas. You know, there's honestly, I don't think there's anybody you can ask of any nationality who hasn't heard of Atlantis. And you know what else? I don't think there's anybody of any nationality who hasn't heard of niggas in America. And before I play that, because we were talking about Tampa being the capital city of Atlantis, or they were talking about it. And there's some very interesting architecture to go with that. But now, as you think about it, all of the technology and all this other shit, all of this goes with Atlantis. But supposedly, the mystery schools of Atlantis got involved in black magic. And we know what black represents to the Indians, right?
Call this video Florida Tartaria, and I just wanted to show some amazing artwork. I've got a cool translation, and I just wanted to show some incredible old buildings that seem mysterious to me about early Florida. And so this says Florida was discovered by Ponce de Leon in 1513, and St. Augustine founded by Menendez 1565, plundered and burned by Sir Francis Drake 1585. And the text that I'm going to translate is from 1591, and it's just interesting, and I want you to keep this all in mind, that I am taking this from an artist's perspective. I'm not a historian, I'm not an archaeologist, anthropologist. Took a couple classes in each, and I research and like to learn about everything. But again, I'm just an artist. I use my imagination to try and break through kind of new thoughts. And it looks as if Florida has been known for a long time, and given its geographical spot in this world, you can tell that if things and beings and humanity and giants and whatnot were traveling this world on sea, by air, whatever, for a long time, the ancients, they were able to build pyramids, everything like that, then they were definitely making it over to Florida and having a great time there, because it is such a beautiful spot. I can't wait to move there, and I'll talk about that later at the end. But here, this is what I'm going to translate, and then I'm going to do another separate video later where I translate more from this book, because it's unbelievably fascinating, from 1591, but I say I-591. I think it's a slight difference. There's something that just doesn't really... If Ponce de Leon found this earlier, and then why are all these natives kind of, there's something that just doesn't add up. So I wanted to translate this, and then I'll show some old buildings from the Tampa Bay University, Tampa Bay Hotel, and just when I explore this video deeper, this book deeper, it's going to be intense. But this one's just a little more fun. So here we go. This says, the Floridians honor a column placed by the prefect on the first voyage. So the prefect, a leader of an administrative area or something, etc. So then the rest of the text continues, when the Gauls, which is very important because the Gauls are never really mentioned in that other history pages or some Wikipedias. So the text says this, when the Gauls landed in the province of Florida, having established a second voyage under the command of Laodonarius, he himself descended into the continent with 5 companions and 20 Pixadaries, I'm not sure what that is, having received safety from the Indians, for they had come in droves to gaze upon them. King Aethor also came, dwelling 4 or 5 miles from the seashore, the gifts being given and received and presented to every kind of humanity. He declared that he wished to demonstrate something special, for they had come in droves to gaze.
Now, see, he's quoting this translation, and that's why we need, we need everybody's affidavit. But they're referring to the Indians as kings. And I told y'all in I think it was the last live stream, maybe the one before that. But how I had read that, and I'm glad that, you know what I'm saying, this is in this translation that's being read by him. Because he's calling these Indian chiefs kings. Because the white man used to call us kings. That's what it said. I told you I read that shit. But now it's being reiterated.
Upon them. King Aethor also came, dwelling 4 or 5 miles from the seashore, the gifts being given and received and presented to every kind of humanity. He declared that he wished to demonstrate something special to them, and therefore begged them that they might go together. He, however, led them down to the island in which Ribaldus had placed a stone border engraved upon a hill in the insignia of the king of Gaul. Our neighbors, having observed that the Indians observed that this rock was not so different from its character, the king himself greeted and exhibited the kind of honor he is accustomed to receive from his subjects, and fixed a kiss, which his subjects imitated and encouraged them to do the same. Before the stone lay various gifts of the fruits and roots of the edible region, or consistency for medicinal purposes, and the vessels full of fragrant olives, bows, and arrows. In view of the right of these wretched barbarians, they returned to their countrymen to observe the most
Now, does this look like it could possibly be a capital city of Atlantis? This is the Plant Hotel, which is still there, and it's fallen into this whole Tartarian category, as usual. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to pretend like, oh, well, we don't know where the fuck all this shit came from. We're going to let them talk.
Convenient place for erecting a fort. But here King Aethor is very handsome, wise, honest, stout, and very tall in stature.
Now, can you imagine a motherfucking scallywag pulling up and seeing this? Poor as shit.
Surpassing the greatest of our men 1.5 feet, endowed with a modest dignity that in him hit arrows, in view of...
Now, don't let, everybody want to talk this giant shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm 6'3", my nigga. You know what I'm saying? We talking to motherfuckers that's 5'3". So if I'm a foot taller than him, ta-da.
The right of these wretched barbarians, they returned to their countrymen to observe the most convenient place for erecting a fort. But here King Aethor is very handsome, wise, honest, stout, and very tall in stature, surpassing the greatest of our men 1.5 feet, endowed with a modest dignity that in him is in his majestic spectacle may shine forth.
All right, now, so you see they building on the back of this motherfucker, so they could try to pretend that they built shit. These scaffoldings back here. They probably blew the motherfucking roof off this motherfucker taking it. This is in Tampa.
Contracted a marriage with his mother, and from her he received several children of both sexes, whom he showed us by striking the thigh. But after he was betrothed to him, his parent Satoriova did not touch her any longer.
You see what I'm talking about, Yos? See, it was all good when we ruled the whole planet. You know what I'm saying? We ain't had no motherfucking smoke with the Mauritanians. Niggas going around grabbing shit up. This was headquarters. This is HQ, my nigga. They came over here fuck with the big dogs. The Atlanteans. You see my nigga Thomas Jeremiah, he got the ship. He got $250,000. Where you think he got $250,000 from? This nigga's ultimate goddamn hustler. You see it? Tampa Bay Hotel. This is one of them buildings they done took. Now look at this. And this nigga Columbus is supposed to be reported to say that he saw minarets when he got near the coast by Florida, that they could see minarets. So imagine you pulling up from the ocean, Tampa, where we need the map. Niggas pulling in right here. Pause. All right. He's coming up. They're just coming up. They're trying to work the coast. They ain't trying to get back caught in that motherfucking ocean.
Longer. So the rest of that book is going to be outrageous. But wow, giants too was that king, and from her he received several children of both sexes, whom he showed us by striking the thigh. But after he was betrothed to him, his parent Satoriova did not touch her any longer. So the rest of that book is going to be outrageous. But wow, giants too was that king a giant, and were they in Florida? And were they building things? Very interesting. And Tartarians, a lot of these things.
Let me read a little something here. If there be any justification for the theory that Atlantean influence penetrated to American soil, its remains should surely be manifest in the myths, tales, and traditions of the Indian races which inhabit the continent. Do these exhibit traces of Atlantean story? And do such fragmentary memories find their counterparts in the Platonic description of Atlantis, in the circumstances of its civilization and its destruction? Assuredly they do. Let us examine those American myths and legends which reveal Atlantean connections. At first, those which seem to preserve a more or less fragmentary memory of certain circumstances alluded to in Plato's account. In his Critias, Plato tells us that the gods, dividing the regions of the earth among themselves, apportioned the island of Atlantis to Poseidon or Neptune. On that side of it which overlooked the sea was a fertile plain, at a distance of 50 stadia, from which rose a low mountain inhabited by a native of the country, Evenor, along with his wife Leucippe and his daughter Cleito. Poseidon fell in love with this maiden, and so that no man might reach her, he enclosed the hill where she dwelt with alternate zones of sea and land. In this enclosure he begat 5 pairs of twin boys, among whom he divided the island. Of the eldest was Atlas, who retained the paramount power, the others being rulers of neighboring islands. The later Atlanteans built on the summit of the hill a temple dedicated to Poseidon, blah, blah, blah. The Creek Indians, the Choctaws, and Seminoles preserve a myth which has been more than a superficial resemblance to the above. They say that when the earth rose out of the waste of waters, a great hill known as Nune Chaha stood in the midst, and in the center of it was the house of Isogota Emisi, the master of breath. He formed men from clay, and erected a great encircling wall upon which he placed the clay men to dry. He then took upon himself the task of directing the waters into channels, reserving the dry land for the men he had created. Manabozho, the great god of the Algonquin Indians, is said to have carved the land and sea to his liking, just as the Huron deity Tawaskara guided the waters into smooth channels. The Peruvian god Paracaca arrived as Poseidon had done in a hilly country, but the people reviled him, and he sent a great flood upon them, so that their village was destroyed. Meeting a beautiful maiden, Choco Suso, who was weeping bitterly, he inquired the cause of her grief, and she informed him that the maize crop was dying for lack of water. He assured her that he would revive the maize if she would bestow her affections on him, and when she consented to his suit, he irrigated the lands by canals. Eventually, he turned his wife into a statue. Another Peruvian myth recounts that the god Thonapa, angered at the people of Yamkusapa in the province of Alasuyu, because they were so bent on pleasure, drowned their city in a great lake. The people of the region worship a statue in the form of a woman, which stood on the summit of the hill of Cachapucara. Thonapa destroyed both hill and image and disappeared into the sea. Here we have what students of folklore call the test of recurrence. These Peruvian myths have a close agreement with the details of Plato's account, which deal with the wooing of Cleito of Cleito and the enclosure of the hill and the making of an irrigation zone. Here too we find mention in one case of a statue of the wife of the god, while in the other the statue is alluded to, and the deity is described as disappearing into the sea. As in Plato's Critias, the flood was precipitated by the wickedness or love of pleasure of the human race. So much then for fact that we discover what seems to be fragments in American myth of that part of the Atlantean tradition which related to the settlement of Poseidon in the island continent. Let us now examine the legends of the New World which describe earthquakes of great cataclysms of nature, such as Plato tells us overtook Atlantis, and see whether such as we find appear in any way to corroborate the Platonic account. Atlantis, Plato tells us, disappeared beneath the sea after a visitation of earthquake and flood. We find perhaps the most striking analogy in that ancient book of the Quiche Indians of Guatemala, known as the Popol Vuh. For generations, antiquaries interested in the past of Central America believed that this wonderful compilation existed somewhere in Guatemala. Let me pause there. I don't want to get too far, of course. Where are we on time?
This building in particular, they have very Middle East kind of Tartarian-esque structure in Florida. And were they building things? Very interesting. And Tartarians, a lot of these things, this building in particular, they have very Middle Eastern-y kind of Tartarian-esque structures on a lot of the tops of them. The other one more so. Did you also check that Wikipedia?
Folks, it's definitely looks like the golden age of the Moors in this motherfucker. I don't know what all this Tartarian shit is.
Hello, and what is Wire?
If you work in IT.
Yeah, maybe we should go here so that just in case, so we don't go over on time. Another affidavit here.
The deluge and the salvation of two human beings who were to become the progenitors of a new race. We find a similar record among the Atlantic coast Indians around the Cumberland Gap area, also further south among the Seminoles. In fact, nearly all of your Atlantic seaboard tribes have legends of one kind or another relating to the existence of a land directly to the east of them. In the original Indian version, Great Rabbit, who later became confused with another man in Longfellow's poem of Hiawatha, Great Rabbit, leaving his people, took a canoe and returned to the mysterious land of the east, the land that was east to him, out into the Atlantic Ocean. The Seminoles have their account of the land bridge. The old Cherokee people also have interesting accounts of these ancient times. And with the rise of the Iroquois League extending up into Canada, we see evidence that may possibly tie to the old explorations of this region by the Norse people, the famous travels of Eric and many other hardy adventurers of those days. We are interested, however, also in the fact that these legends drift a long way from the Atlantic coast. In fact, we find them in the Middle West, and particularly our Southwest. The reason for the connection with the Southwest may be, and we say this may be very definitely, the gradual moving northward of records from the Nahuatl people to the south. In other words, the Aztec influence upon our Southwest American Indian tribes. So we'll take one or two typical examples because we cannot possibly cover all of the various accounts. Some 30 years ago, I brought up here to Los Angeles one of the last of the great Navajo medicine priests, Faustin Clark. He has since passed on, but he lived with me for several months and made a permanent record of certain of the early phases of his people's history, so far as he was able to restore this history. For he could only follow the traditional way of his people and say, this has been said, or it has been told, or this is the way our fathers knew it. There are no dates, there are no clear statements such as we might desire. But for centuries, the form of the sand paintings has been very carefully preserved. And it is notable even today that different sand painters, apparently with no direct contact with each other, when producing the same picture or the same symbolic purpose, produce work almost identical. There seems therefore to be a very strong traditional descent, and Carl Jung makes quite a point of this when he visited that area and studied these paintings in terms of his archetypal theories on a psychological level. Austin Clark was perhaps one of the last and most enlightened of his people. And the Museum of Ceremonial Navajo Arts in Santa Fe today was built very largely to preserve the relics of his work, to keep in the form of permanent recordings his sacred chants and many other parallel works of interest, because it was firmly believed then and known now that this knowledge is disappearing almost entirely from the younger men. The original form of the sand painting, as you know, is made of sand with various colored ground stones and pigments, and it is the law and the rule that at sundown the paintings must be destroyed. It is said in the ancient times that they were drawn up in clouds by the gods, and with sunset the drawings, the clouds disappeared. Through the courtesy and kindness of Austin Clark, however, he was willing to make and did make a...
Now, yeah, I do know all that shit he talking about is that's that Tibetan monk shit, them mandalas or whatever shit, where they make the motherfucker and they goddamn when they done with it, they like blow the motherfucking shit, like they blow the sand and shit, you know what I'm saying? But this is just to show you that a lot of those Southwest motherfuckers got a lot of that Mongoloid influence, you know, those Native Americans and shit that done intermix with us. So I just want to make sure I put that in there, because sometimes I take for granted, you know what I'm saying, who might be listening. So I already know we the elect, you know what I'm saying, so ain't no pressure. But for those who may not know that we know.
Whole series of permanent paintings, drawing them crudely in his own way with the simple materials of a child, but nevertheless preserving for us a truly authentic record of the designs involved in these paintings. I asked him at that time to tell me as much as he could about the beginnings of his people, and where, according to the legends of the general region, his nation came from. He said that he could only give us the legends. He had an interpretation of his own, but he did not know whether it was correct or not. He suspected that perhaps some of the progenitors of his tribes had lived somewhere below the rim of the Grand Canyon, that they had chosen to live far down in this difficult region because it gave them certain protection from their enemies. And they could place their little villages and communities in almost inaccessible localities. He believed perhaps that the legend that his people came out of the earth might have originated from some such a source. But the story is substantially this. At a time long ago, before the sun and the moon came above the earth, the peoples, the Indians, his tribe, he knew no other Indians except those of the Southwest. These peoples lived under the earth. The sun, the moon, and the stars were under the earth with them. They lived in a strange subterranean region. And instead of being lighted by the kind of lights that we know, it was lighted by 4 mountains. And these 4 mountains were at the 4 cardinal corners of the world. And these four mountains produce the seasons, the times of the day, and all the changes that come in the natural course of a year. These mountains mysteriously rose and sank like suns, bringing with them various lights or changes of harvest and things of that nature. All his people lived there very happily, and everyone was well fed. There were no wars, there were no evils, there was no sickness, and the peoples lived for a great length of time. And over these peoples there ruled 7 elders, 7 very good and wise chieftains, who were not just mortal men. They were kind of divine people, because they were built or created out of meteors and stardust. And their original home was the Milky Way. And they lived far removed from any ordinary mortal condition. These good gods and the people dwelt together in happiness until crime came. And this crime consisted of the stealing away of the infant child of one of the deities. And this child was stolen for selfish and bad purposes. Why, how, what, no one seems to know. But anyway, the child was stolen. And as a result of that, the wrath of the gods returned against this people. And a great flood of water was sent into the underworld. And the lower parts of it first were covered with water, and then the water rose higher and higher and higher, until it threatened to drown all the peoples, because they were in this vast cave-like region, and above their heads was a dark wall of earth. And in this critical time, they observed something that was of great wonder, namely that this water that was endangering their lives.
No, let's just pause this for a moment, because we don't want any mistakes to be made, any misunderstandings. This concept, this is a shared concept with many Indian tribes. Not all this alien shit. So we gotta dodge the hijack, because this, these niggas. It's one of these niggas. And violated the goddamn, and violated the oath. That's why they showing all this light when they coming through the pillars. All right, that's what that's all about, man. Cause now they got the maps, they got everything. They came over here to ransack this motherfucker. As soon as they conquered the motherfucking Moors. Took everything that was used, burnt shit up. Burnt up everything, bro. Straight kick in, scallywag shit. But I digress. So these are the Cherokee Caves, St. Louis. This is the Cherokee Cave, St. Louis. Surveyed 82562, Paul Johnson, cooperators. So they was down there having parties and shit. You gotta know how to talk robot. You see how complex these caves are? And what you always see, old pirates maps. X marks the spot. So now we know who the pirates was. So whose maps are they stealing? Because it's a whole lot of motherfucking coats of arms on these motherfuckers. Going back to Europe. And some more shit. And we already know who them guys affiliated with. They want to show me the old pictures where they was having motherfucking dinner and them motherfuckers. Partying and shit. These the Limp Mansion. They say this shit haunted. He was using it to store his motherfucking beer and shit. For the brewery. See haunted Cherokee Cave? I don't want to get off topic. So it's not just them. There ain't no fucking aliens. You spelled it wrong. It's Atlanteans.
Made the grain grow, and various types of grain, particularly a maize or corn-like grain, grew very rapidly and to tremendous size, almost like the fabled beanstalk of Jack in the old fairy tale. So the human beings seeking to escape the deluge that was gradually flooding their land took refuge upon the branches of these grain stalks. And as the water rose, the grain stalks grew also, until finally the grain stalks reached the very under surface of the bowl of the earth above them, the surface of the earth. And here is Hawkin Claw's drawing of the adventurous circumstances of his people coming up on the grain stalks. Now here on the branches of the grain stalks are all the little pre-Indians, the ones who were just coming out of the subterranean world. Now you will notice that some of the Indians are square-headed and some of them are round-headed. This refers to the fact that they are either male or female.
And I see these motherfucking scallywags in here in this goddamn meeting. They just cracking up while he's saying all this extra shit. I don't even want to hear him degrade us.
Almost returned the Navajo story of the preservation of man from the deluge. The story continues to have a happy ending. For when these grain stalks reached the inner surface of the earth, they continued to grow, and they sort of bored their way through the earth's surface. They came out into the upper world. And all along the way we see these little peoples coming out of the earth where the holes were made for the grain stalks. And they came up with the grain. And they came out onto the surface of the earth, and they found a strange world they'd never known before. A world in which there was, at that time, no life as we know it. But they also received another surprise, for the great mountains, the four great mountains that had lighted the underworld, came up also, and became the great mountains that surround the general area of the Navajo reservations. One of these, of course, Flagstaff Mountain, was very sacred and especially important to them. The Katsinas, or deities, mostly lived in those mountains and still live there today, according to the rituals and the religious doctrines of these people. When the little Indians from the underworld came up to the surface, the waters seemed to subside. Some waters came up too, and there were fountains out of the earth which made the land fertile. And the waters from the underworld made it possible for them to create gardens and land on the surface world. The mountains gave place to the birth of the sun and moon, and the deities went back into the sky again. And they built campfires out of petrified wood and lit them with lightning flashes. They had really quite a dramatic story. But behind all of this was Hawkin Claw's simple belief that the beginning of his people was that they came from a land somewhere below, which had been destroyed by water as the result of sin. These things put together give us a rather interesting story. Now, while Osteen was with me, I showed him a number of old books and manuscripts. And one of these books captured his fancy. And he looked at it many, many times. And he studied it very deeply. And, of course, in our way of thinking, he was entirely illiterate. He spoke no English whatsoever. He neither read nor wrote, actually. The only thing he could make was his sand paintings, and he probably could have made certain pictographs, which were common to his people, but he had no knowledge of languages as we know them. It was therefore only through the courtesy of a mutual friend, a young Indian by the name of Hawkin, that we were able to get a close contact with his thinking. But after looking over a number of manuscripts and old symbols, books, and things of that nature, Hosteen Claw lighted up and said, and pointed with his very large brown finger, he pointed at the Chaldean, Babylonian, and Phoenician remains, and he said, these our people knew about. He said, I do not know what they knew. I do not know how they found out. But these, to get a close contact with, and he looked at it many, many times, and he studied it very deeply. And, of course, in our way of thinking, he was entirely illiterate. His different symbols and designs, according to him, he said, they touch something inside. Remains, and he had no knowledge of languages as we know them. It was therefore only through the courtesy of a mutual friend, a young Indian by the name of Hawkin, that we were able to get a close contact with his thinking. But after looking over a number of manuscripts and old symbols, books, and things of that nature, Hosteen Claw lighted up and said, and pointed with his very large brown finger, he pointed at the Chaldean, Babylonian, and Phoenician remains, and he said, these our people knew about. He said, I do not know what they knew. I do not know how they found out. But these different symbols and designs, according to him, he said, they touch something inside, deeper than memory, something that goes back beyond my people. Now, this is interesting inasmuch as German research in the last 25 years has indicated that the typical American Indian cosmological belief is identical with that in the Valley of the Euphrates. That they are same general division of the universe. Although, of course, it's hard to say the American Indian any more than it is easy to say the Egyptian. Egyptian culture is divided into more than 50 major branches. The American Indians actually consisted of more than 150 nations, each with his own language, with his own beliefs, with his own concepts. So to say what all of them believed would be a very great exaggeration. But it has been noted that there is a broad prevalence among these tribes, and Schoolcraft also points it out, and he is the greatest authority on the American Indians, that there are infinite numbers of parallels between the beliefs of these people and the beliefs of the Assyrians, Chaldeans, and Babylonians. This goes so far as their division of the universe into the typical three parts, which we still find indicated in Christianity in the triple crown of the Pope, namely heaven, earth, and hell. The three worlds, the world that is above, the middle world in which mortals live, and a world underneath. This world underneath is where men came from and where they will ultimately return again. Everyone that is born out of some kind of a dark earth and returns to it again in the burial ceremonies, into the mounds or into the sacred remains. The earth is ruled over or governed from within itself by spirits, and one of these spirits, the most important perhaps, is the Great Earth Mother. And the Great Earth Mother, the Coatlicue of the Aztecs, was supposedly the one who was reached by the serpent messengers. And in the snake ceremonies, the serpents are released to carry the messages of the tribes to the gods that live under the earth. The serpents returning to their holes in the earth are supposed to convey the message. In the ceremonial temples of the Southwest Indians, there is usually a hole or well-like depression in one corner of the sanctum, so that the voice or the words of the councils can go down to the Earth Mother and can be listened to by her great ear, which is represented by the vent in the ground. On the surface are the Indian peoples and nations scattered about. Above them High in the air is the abode of the gods, placed in a heaven region, as in the Near East and in ancient Asia. The messenger between the earth and the gods above is among the North American Indians is the thunderbird, the symbol of the priesthood, the bird that lives in clouds, the bird whose eyes flash to cause the lightning, and the flutter of whose wings brings thunder. And also it is this bird, when in flight and soaring with its wings fluttering, causes the rain to fall. All of these messengers from the earth, therefore, are birds flying upward, carrying the soul messages to the great spirits, the elders, the wise ones, the olds and the true, who live in the great medicine lodge above the sky. All this is essentially Chaldean, and gives us something that perhaps is a clue to a contact between these people and other nations or other racial areas at a long, remote time. This is typical, what we've said is more or less typical of a wide variety of accounts relating to these matters to be found among the North American Indian peoples. Our records here are poor because of the lack of written form. Also because so much of the old legendary and lore has died out, many tribes have become extinct or completely submerged in the civilizations around them. For many years, it has been practically illegal for these peoples to celebrate or preserve their own rituals and rites. Therefore, by degrees, these things have disappeared, and the young men of today are not perpetuating them, as old Hosteen Claus so tearfully told me. Yet these people had a knowledge of some kind, legends and records going far, far back. As we go south, however, into more sophisticated regions, we find much more of interest in the form of records. Here, however, we are up against another difficulty. In the time of the Spanish conquest, there was absolutely no effort on the part of the conquerors to preserve or to investigate the contemporary cultures which they were rapidly destroying. We cannot say that this was true in all cases, but it was true in the majority of cases. We know that the conquistador Montejo, landing on the peninsula of Yucatan, what is now Merida, not only massacred huge numbers of the natives, but ordered all their written records and books to be piled in the city squares and burned. Everything was done to destroy these records. Further north, the effort in the Aztec Empire was also rather thoroughly carried on by those who followed in the footsteps of Cortez. But of course, in the northern area, we have a rather different situation prevailing. And it is necessary for us to pause for a moment and consider these situations and what they mean in terms of evidence relating to our principal theme. The Maya peoples have developed a highly specialized language. They had the skill to preserve and perpetuate practically any record of any kind which they desired or intended to perpetuate. That they were reasonably good historians and that they were careful in their thinking. We know from certain remnants that have survived from the transition period between the old Aztec and the old Inca and Maya period and that of the later Spanish. I'm referring particularly to the Chilamban, or the Book of the Old Men, the Chilamban of Cozumel, for example, which was in Merida and mysteriously disappeared after some American archaeologists passed through town. And what happened to it, we're not saying, but it's gone. But it was a record of the origin of their people, as best as they could preserve it. But it was incomplete due to the difficulties imposed by the conquest. In the first place, it is probable from what we can learn today that the art of writing was held in the keeping of the priests, of the elders, of those who were custodians of great knowledge. The ordinary Indian peasant, the commoner, did not possess this knowledge so far as we can learn. Therefore, the disappearance of a priestly or governing class reduced the rest of the people to comparative illiteracy, as far as the deciphering of written words and written languages would be concerned. Also, almost immediately, the Spanish introduced their own characters. And we have a polyglot situation arising that is quite remarkable and has continued to this day. The Mayas of Yucatan, Guatemala, Honduras, and other areas still speak their ancient language, but they write it in Spanish letters. They cannot read their glyphs, and they haven't the slightest way of associating the ancient monumental inscriptions with the words that they are daily using. They just do not know. And groups of them visit their ancient monuments with as much curiosity as any foreign tourist. They do not have the records, or if they have the records, as has been suspected, they are certainly keeping them to themselves. They are not telling anyone. The Archbishop Landa, who was in many ways a sincere churchman, a very intolerant ecclesiastic, but likewise scholarly, made an effort to discover or create the equivalent of a Rosetta Stone to bind the Spanish forms with the ancient Maya glyphs. He created an alphabet of 33 characters, having certain sound equivalents and certain distinct meanings. And he has left this as what is known as the Landa alphabet. Now, the Landa alphabet is certainly composed of figures and symbols similar to those found in the ancient Mayan inscriptions. The only difficulty is you can't read the inscriptions with his alphabet. The final point appears to be this, that Landa took certain glyphs that were phonetically similar to the Spanish word or letter sounds. From these he formed a phonetic alphabet, probably following in part a rule which these Indians themselves used. Therefore, he could write in their glyphs sounds which they could pronounce, and use these sounds as a means of teaching them Spanish. Very complicated situation, which perhaps gave great courage to the missionaries who are said to have been able by this means to introduce the Indians to the phonetic sounds of the Mass, but it did very little in terms of restoring the ancient writings and the ancient knowledge. Perhaps the most valiant person in this entire muddle, as far as records were concerned, was Father or the monk Fra Bernardino de Sahagún. This man was the first, probably, Americanist. He came over with the Spanish conquerors. He came over to give his life to the service of the poor benighted heathen Indians. But he had not been here long before he suddenly realized that a tremendous culture was falling apart around him. He used his influence and finally was able to convince some of his superiors of the importance of preserving an adequate record of the life and time, the beliefs, the philosophies, and the histories of these Indians. He gathered together all the native help that he could get. He traveled throughout the Mexican area. He secured copies or made copies of many of the most valuable pictographic manuscripts that have entirely disappeared. He worked heroically, and he finally compiled a great work which contained most of the available information. This great work exists in 3 or 4 early manuscript copies, the most complete of which is the great Florentine Sahagún, kept in the Bibliothèque in Florence. And this has recently been subject to a completely new translation by the Museum of New Mexico. It's come out in several volumes, restoring the astronomy, the medicine, the science of these ancient Indians. For Sahagún, then, we must have a word of great praise, but unfortunately he was not concerned with Atlantis. He was, however, concerned with the origin of these people so far as he could trace it, and a study of his work is very valuable in helping us to orient some of these mysterious breaks in our tradition and legendary. The Aztec language, as a language, offers very few distinct difficulties. It is a language in a transition period moving from pictographic into the syllabic form. It is a combination of pictographs and what might be termed true hieroglyphics, much as in the case of the Egyptian. These Indians, the Aztecs, had reached that platform in the development of their written form in which they had begun to compound words for various reasons and purposes, and to create tremendous neurosis descended upon these natives, and they became practically inarticulate. Following in the footsteps of de Bourbourg, and tremendously influenced by his thinking, came the French scientist, photographer, archaeologist, Freemasonic scholar, and general mapmaker of parts, Professor or Dr. Augustus Le Plongeon. Le Plongeon has left two fairly important books dealing with the field. One is Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, and the other is Sacred Mysteries Among the Mayas and Quiches. Le Plongeon, great black beard, was a man of extraordinary personality and a strong devotee of the Atlantis concept. In fact, he tried in every way possible to popularize it. Le Plongeon has had the distinction of being the first man to go into the Central American area with a camera. Therefore, his photographs, made on the spot with wet plate negatives and developed at night in the dark temple recesses of the old buildings, are the first photographic records that we have, and they are very valuable because many of the ruins which he investigated probably 75 years ago, are now no longer even in the state in which he found them. There's been progressive deterioration. Up in the Valley of Mexico, for example, the pyramids of Xochicalco this pyramid has been partly destroyed by the man owning the land on which it stood in order that he could build stables with the rocks. Everything has gone from bad to worse in that area and has seriously crippled all research. Le Plongeon was a dreamer, was an idealist. He went into the field in which nothing had been done. He made a great many mistakes, and these have been held against him, perhaps more than they should be, because he had no one to fall back on, no one to act as authority, no previous work upon which he could build. He went in with the machete and cut the jungle himself. That he should not have discovered things that were not found for 50 years later, we cannot blame him. But he did go in with two tremendous assets. One was a knowledge of the language. Le Plongeon was one of the few Americanists who has ever known the Maya language. He could speak it and speak it well. He also went in with a tremendous basic sympathy for the people. He went in because he loved them, because he wanted to do something important with them and for them. He was quite a contagious person, apparently, in these respects, and the natives became so fascinated with him that they really made him a blood brother. He probably was able to get more out of the reticent Mayan than any other man before him or since. These points must be borne in mind in evaluating his findings. That certain of his archaeological conclusions may have been incorrect, we know. He claimed to have been able to read the Codex Troano, one of the great Maya sacred books. And he also claimed that this work contained a record of the Atlantean deluge. He also held that the Aztecs had a similar record, and that the pyramid of Xochicalco, previously mentioned, had upon it a complete statement of these ancient records concerning the destruction of Atlantis, and was a monument created to commemorate the survivors of this catastrophe. Now, no one can prove or disprove Le Plongeon. He claimed to have read the glyphs. I have seen his notebooks, in which day by day he and his wife pored over these inscriptions and carefully decoded them one by one. One of his principal keys in decoding was the Egyptian glyphs, because he had already observed and learned that hundreds of Mayan words are almost identical in pronunciation and in meaning with Egyptian words of the ancient dynastic period. He also, however, suspected and mentioned the possibility that this language had a tie with Asia. And he thinks a little also, like some of the other men, of the possibility of the Chinese being involved. As he preceded Gates, perhaps Gates is indebted to him for this phase of his own conclusions. Le Plongeon remained a number of years in the area. He discovered a number of archaeological items of interest and importance. He had a bitter feud with the Mexican government and finally came home a broken-hearted man. He was never able to achieve his end, namely to open Central America to archaeology. But later, other men following in his footsteps achieved most of the end which he had attempted, but he did not live to see or know that this had occurred. Le Plongeon, then, is a strong link with the Atlantis theory in the Western world. He derives much of his encouragement and thinking from the Abbé Brézé de Bourbourg, followed very closely in much of his thinking, and attempted to reconstruct as much as he could from de Bourbourg's descriptions of certain important things, like the great Temple of the Cross at Palenque, which appears to have a very early Christian tie. I might also mention that about the year 1835, Lord Kingsborough, an English nobleman, became so tremendously impressed by the findings of the ancient codices and monuments and records, including the researches of Dupuy, that he financed at his own expense a great work called the Antiquities of Mexico, which is bound variously in from 7 to 9 volumes of elephant folio. Tremendous books. These containing facsimiles of all known manuscripts and a faithful Spanish translation, but not into English, of the Sahagún, or the Dresden Codex of Fra Bernardino de Sahagún. Lord Kingsborough, himself quite a speculating thinker, who incidentally became hopelessly impoverished and bankrupt at the cost of the tremendous work he was doing, also believed that there was a distinct connection between the Maya-Aztec complex and the valley of the Euphrates. He comes in on this angle, and he believes that one of the apostles, perhaps Thomas, reached the Western Hemisphere as early as the 1st century. He gives a whole group of analogies, rituals, rites, and ceremonies, tying the religious doctrines taught by Quetzalcoatl with the ancient teachings of the Babylonians and Chaldeans. Kingsborough also, in passing, tosses a thought towards Asia and also becomes a little wondering over the possible Chinese contribution. Kingsborough's works are of continual and pressing interest to us. They comprise today the largest available collection of the great Aztec Maya manuscripts to be found in the museums of Europe. The Aztec manuscript group, called codices, is not particularly limited. Probably 200 or 300 or more, perhaps, are known to exist. The Maya group is extremely rare, however, and up to the present time, only 3 works are known to exist. We have one here in our library, which we hope will prove to be the 4th original to exist. Dr. Morley, who was the greatest expert on the subject, passed very favorably on our manuscript. But these manuscripts are extremely rare. They make up the only surviving literature of a great people that had libraries and everything of that nature. There is always, however, in remembering the Dead Sea Scrolls episode, there is always the possibility that more will be found. It was on these codices that...
I just want to pause this for a second. And my niggas getting all woozy and shit on me, you know what I'm saying? But the reason we have to listen to stuff like this is because you just heard this man say only 4 of these books exist, and we have one here. Because when scallywag motherfuckers got done burning shit up, moving in your motherfucking house, renovating, putting a new contract on shit, they kept certain shit. And these they top dogs, they got them. They got the books. You know what I'm saying? did we even finish that?
The reason I put Legion.
I don't want to leave y'all on a dead end.
Different and ancient and repurposed here and clean.
I got something for you. Peace to the tribes, man. Appreciate everybody that's tuned in, man. Grand Rising, Rich Rising. We got these colonizers under investigation, man. We want our motherfucking buildings back. You know what I'm talking about? And if you disagree, you disagree. You have every right to disagree. You can still support the channel. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't change. And just remember.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Bitch, I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll. Cut that bitch off. Next caller. Motherfucker, you the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother, but when I find them, I'm gonna get them motherfuckers.
Before our present coming to this earth was destroyed. The previous world was destroyed by water, a tremendous deluge. And in the I Ching, the 8 trigrams, basic trigrams, correspond to Noah and his wife, their 3 sons and their 3 wives, were the 8 who were saved. And this is exactly what the Chinese tell us. So the story goes around here and there and everywhere. It's a very interesting story, but what does it really mean? Is it merely an archaeological curiosity, or does it have some dynamic value for us today? I would like to think of Atlantis much as Lord Bacon did in his book, The New Atlantis, in which he says in very simple terms, the new Atlantis, which is America. Bacon was quite convinced that on the Western Hemisphere, a great empire would arise, an empire that would surpass the glory of the Atlantean story, and that this new world would not be destroyed. It would not turn against the gods. It would not misuse the energies of nature, and as a result would become a new world, a restoration of the Golden Age. Now, when we study this Atlantean problem a little more carefully, we realize there have been a number of speculations on this. Vice President Dawes made quite an extensive search for the Atlantean world. A number of good archaeologists and ethnologists have devoted time to it. And the general attitude is no longer to discard it as a fable, but to try to find out what it's actually.
Dawes. Does the name Dawes sound familiar to anybody? Because he over here looking for Atlantis. You think these people don't know? They know. They stole the sacred formulas. I don't know if we're going to be able to cover that in this one, but I wanted to lay down a firm foundation that our ancestors knew that this was Atlantis. And the people that came over here to ransack this motherfucker, violating the motherfucking oath, knew exactly what they were doing here.
To try to find out what its actual meaning could be. Now let us suppose that Solon was correct, and that Solon, being an old man, was unable to do what he had intended to do, and that was to write out an account of the lost Atlantis as he found it, or it was given to him, in the caves under the temple of Sais in Egypt. Here on columns formed of orichalcum, a metal that cannot perish, was recorded the story of a lost world. These two tablets are sometimes referred to as the Tables of Enoch, and we find a great deal of mystical lore surrounding this story. In any event, Solon, being very old and unable to carry on the work, passed the legend on to one of his descendants who was a student of Plato's. And this student, in turn, told Plato, who took the story, to use it as a great symbolical account of the descent of man. Now, Plato does not deny that the story is literally true, but he does point out so many very subtle and unusual details that we are forced to realize that he embellished it to represent the entire story of the planet Earth and its development. According to Plato...
Now, see, he letting y'all in on a secret. He know this shit the truth. You gotta listen close, because we at the meeting, my nigga. All right? We ain't even supposed to be in here. We Hawkin. We ain't supposed to be in this meeting. But we in it, though. You already know how we rockin'. Straight up. We want our buildings back, man. We ain't living no motherfucking teepees. You know what I'm talking about?
You will give me TP. Give me your TP. You will give me TP. Are you threatening me? TP. You must give me your TP. I need TP for my bunghole. You will give me TP.
Who took the story to use it as a great symbolical account of the descent of man. Now, Plato does not deny that the story is literally true, but he does point out so many very subtle and unusual details that we are forced to realize that he embellished it to represent the entire story of the planet Earth and its development. According to Plato, at a remote time, the gods of high Olympus distributed the world to their various sub-deities, and to Poseidon was given the lands of the sea, the great oceans, the islands, the archipelagos. And Poseidon created his kingdom in the oceans, and he created a wonderful city called the City of the Golden Gate. And in this city there was the temple to him, and in this temple were the tablets containing the laws of life, the laws that must be obeyed if man is to survive and to enjoy the favors of the gods. And the Atlantic Empire consisted of 7 islands. These 7 islands also occur in the Mexican story. These islands came together to form a league, and this league in turn created a kind of empire. And in the course of ages, the princes of the islands of the Atlantides became very proud. They decided that they would conquer the world. So in order to achieve this great end, they decided to send expeditions of conquest over all the other parts of the then Atlantean distribution. Now, this distribution at that time consisted, much as it does today, of countries of various degrees of development. It was not an uninhabited world. The Atlanteans were not the only people. But these other people were comparatively primitive. They were like the natives of Africa or the natives of some Polynesian area, or perhaps the natives of some distant islands of the South Pacific. They were primitive people, but they existed. And the Atlantean merchants went to them, traded with them, and bartered with them. Plato...
Okay, now, this is an undercover story that he's telling us. So now we're going to be able to get a whole 360 of what we spoke of at the beginning of the build, so it all makes sense. All right? This story is about us. Those Atlanteans that went to conquer the world, that's the Moors leaving up out of here that we was rocking with. Everything was smooth. The French, the Spanish, the Moors, we was moving and shaking. They kept motherfuckers from coming over here because they knew they were savages. You know what I'm saying? I feel like motherfuckers ain't, you know what I'm saying? Let's see where this is paused at. We're going to have to go to Hawk School. At Hawk School. Hawk School on Hawk School. Matter of fact, let's take a little commercial break. Might as well do that. You know what I'm saying? Got my own commercials, goddamn. Let my shit play. You smell me. Oh, we ain't gonna waste no time. Where was it? It might be in my history. Cause y'all think I'm making this shit up. He already told us. Man, so much shit. Like, by the time I come to y'all with some shit, trust and believe, whatever I'm talking about, I'm standing on it. Until I learn more to change my mind. But that's why them people's coming over here tearing shit up, blowing shit up, stealing our motherfucking technology. This is Atlantis. But they wanted to, they mad. You hear what he said? The Atlanteans was trying to conquer the whole world. Where is it? The story he's telling is our story. And he putting them in our shoes, them scallywags. I was just reading in this book where the people was talking about the hand. The great hand from the sea that was coming and grabbing them up. That's in I'm in a whole nother book now. That's in Atlantis in Ameriqa. What was it? The Great Hand. Here, let me show you real quick before I get to that. Great Hand. Oh, shit. Fuck. Yeah, see, because this is all about the Straits of Gibraltar. And what is this shit from the Straits of Gibraltar to Montezuma? That's the saying of the Marines. Y'all know it. Somebody put it in the chat. I can't find it. All right, well, I remember that. I remember saying it on the playback for the next, for what we got to follow up with this, because this is going to take a couple videos, maybe a few. But, hold on. I digress. Here it is.
As gods, all tribes appear to have been controlled by these secret societies, just as our modern society. Illumination, only to be entered by those willing to undergo trying ordeals, whose secrets were not to be revealed under the severest penalties. Now, anyone who's listened to our 26 episodes of the series on Mystery Babylon, the Mystery Schools, will recognize the exact same religious philosophy that permeated first the old Mediterranean world and northern Africa, and then through the episodes of the Crusades and the Templars was brought into Europe and persists to this day all over the world. The Algonquins had 3 such grades. Remember the 3 degrees of initiation? 3 degrees in 6 acts, or 18, 6, 6, 6. The 3 grades of the Algonquins were the Wabino, the Meda, and the Josekid, the last, of course, being the highest. To this, no white man was ever admitted. All tribes appear to have been controlled by these secret societies, just as our modern society is controlled by the mysteries today. Among the Amerindians, secret societies existed for the perpetuation and enlargement of the choicest knowledge of the tribe. Remember, at the heart and soul of the mysteries is illumination, the light, Lucifer. Lucifer, of course, is represented by the sun, which is the wisdom.
Okay, so all of the tribes were controlled by the mystery school. So basically, because it's a society, like we said, Moor isn't a nationality. Sorry, guys. It is a society. So all that was going on was niggas ruled the world, bro. And those niggas was Illuminati. Goddamn me, old school Illuminati. Sorry, bro. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully. So, but that don't mean every nigga was the bad guy. That's not what I'm saying, because they was keeping motherfuckers in check. But once they were conquered, then motherfuckers had access to all the secrets. And that's what they came over here for. They stormed through the motherfucking, right past motherfucking Hercules, my nigga. They said, fuck it, we going over there. We finna go see what they got. And now when you listen to this goddamn Freemason ass nigga talk about us, he gonna say it, and you gotta, now you put the colonizer is everybody else, and we are the Atlanteans. Okay? I'm gonna let him finish saying how they wasn't supposed to violate and come over here. And then we'll finish up with the rest of what this other guy's saying.
Wisdom of the world. it represents the intellect. Remember? The Garden of Eden, concerned with the religious mysteries, suggests that a number of Indian tribes were practicing the same methods of presenting religious mysteries.
Because remember what it said, that they got involved in the black magic. All right, niggas got on some foul shit. Just pay attention. You're gonna start seeing who's who, and we're gonna connect the dots. As we
that were employed by the Greeks and the Egyptians. In them, or did not understand their meanings, he kept a respectful silence. The reference to the dramatization of myths suggests that a number of Indian tribes were practicing the same methods of presenting religious mysteries that were employed by the Greeks and the Egyptians. Most Indian festivals emphasized songs and dances, but the songs were used principally to establish rhythms, and the words were of slight importance. Chants were a vital element in most healing ceremonies. Either the Western Hemisphere received a vital religious stimulus from early voyagers and travelers from distant parts, or else the Indian himself, by mystical experiences, shared a common inspiration with the priestly castes of other nations. The psychologist would probably assume that the esoteric tradition originated in the spiritual needs of the human being, regardless of his race or place of habitation. But that does not fit any test of common sense. In fact, it's ludicrous. The search for reality gradually brought into being specialized groups of intensive truth seekers. and these groups produced their own leaders, and such wise men and women were acknowledged as divinely inspired, received spontaneous admiration and devotion, were obeyed for their superior endowments, and gradually became a priestly caste. As civilization enlarged the temporal state of the tribe, the religious societies grew to become powerful institutions, as in Central America. While the tribes remained nomadic, the medicine men were less resplendent and impressive, but their functions were no less insignificant. These holy persons seldom took part in war, and frequently were distinguished by a costume combining elements of male and female attire. Remember, the god is an androgynous god, bipolar, male, female, positive, negative, bad, good, divine, and evil, all within the same. And this is the truth, this is the reality in all of the mysteries. This practice of wearing male and female attire has been common throughout the religious world and has influenced the dress of pagan priests and Christian clergy alike. For example, the Catholic priest, the Catholic bishop, the androgynous human being in whom there is a spiritual union of male and female attributes has been widely accepted as personifying as shamans. W.J. Hoffman writes, interesting that the middies steadfast to trials and hazards or of scent that their brother friend had been killed, gathered in council about esoteric schools, because it is the exact all the requirements.
Now, some people may not know, but this is just, we're going to put it in here because, live from the Republic of Atlantis, we getting everything back. So shout out to the Moors. Ain't no smoke. You know what I'm saying? Niggas stole the shit. I get it. I'm not no hater. You know what I'm saying? My thoughts different than other niggas. You know what I mean? I see the whole operation. You know what I mean?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Bitch, I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
Raised him by the strong grip of his paw. Those acquainted with the ritual of the third degree of the Blue Lodge of Freemasonry will realize that this story must have originated among the rituals of the service of their people. W.J. Hoffman writes, quote, to persons acquainted with secret societies, a good comparison for the Middle charts would be what is called a trestle board of the Masonic order, which is printed and published and publicly exposed without exhibiting any secrets of the order. Yet, it is not only significant, but useful to the esoteric in assistance to their memory as to the details of the ceremony, unquote. The secrets of the Midewiwin were originally communicated to mankind by an initiate priest, Manabozho, or Great Rabbit, who was a servant of the Good Spirit. The cross was an important symbol in the Midewiwin rites, and it is interesting that the Middies steadfastly refused to give up their religion and be converted to Christianity. The controversy as to the possible Masonic significance of the Midewiwin rites may be noted, but has slight bearing upon the essential facts. Although the birch bark rolls have bestowed prominence upon the activities of this society, other tribes practiced equally significant rituals and ceremonies. Candidates advanced through 4 degrees, traveling toward the east. And where have you heard that before, steady listeners? And the lodge rooms were enclosures open to the sky and connecting with each other through doors and passageways so that they could look upon the celestial sphere. The neophyte was tested and subjected to trials and hazards, and also was presented with a sequence of visual arrangements of symbols and other esoteric paraphernalia. The purpose of the Great Medicine Society was to enlighten the human mind and soul and to bind the initiates to the service of their people. It included a method for stimulating extrasensory perceptions and a personal investigation into the secrets of nature. In 1919, Arthur C. Parker was invited into a secret lodge of the Senecas to witness their ceremonies. Here he heard the legend of Red Hand, a culture hero who could hold conversation with the Great Mystery. From the Great Mystery he learned to love all the creatures of the earth, and he spoke the language of the birds and animals. Red Hand was slain by a poisoned arrow because he would not reveal to his assassin the secret of his spiritual power. The animals, discovering by the power of scent that their brother friend had been killed, gathered in council about his body to find a means of bringing him back to life. Each of the creatures...
Now you really got to pay attention. Hawk filters on, so I got you back. They want to know the secret of Red Hand's spiritual power. That's what this is all about. They hate us because they ain't us. 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 And you know what? I'm going to even show you. This nigga, I don't know if this like some coked out nigga, goddamn Jesus freak or something, but it's like listening to a crazy nigga on the bus stop. Because I'm the type of nigga that when the crazy nigga on the bus stop start talking, I listen to him. And here you can see how, I don't know if this nigga some Freemason or what the fuck. This nigga's definitely high. But he's on here on some Jesus shit. And I looked on it because the title of the video is Satan's Marine Kingdom Exposed. And he's just comparing everything like to the devil. But it's almost like I can see once again they're painting a picture of us and just making the shit demonic. Even in I'll save that for the next video. Both of those. All this shit is about us, bro. Where is this? It's this one weird ass bitch that was talking about Atlanteans and about their spiritual power, and everything she was saying, it was just reminding me of us. Let me see where that's at. And that's what I'm saying. If you know, if it doesn't resonate with you, my nigga, it don't resonate with you. If you think you came from a slave, then maybe you did. But I think I came from a nigga like Thomas Jeremiah that had 250,000, goddamn me, in 1775. Them the type of motherfucking ancestors that I think that's what's in my blood, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking nincome fucking poop.
Straight up. Where is this at, man? Because I want you to see. Let's just stay on track with this. I want you to hear him say it. How they came over here. Because I don't know if you paid attention earlier in the beginning of the video where we were actually
himself to restore Red Hand to the living. At last the bear came forward and can say, distinguished disciple, and utopia made up of imperfect men brought with him to Peru a divine bird in a sacred, friendly, open, secret society.
And I don't know if y'all heard the nigga in the video, the Manly P. Hall nigga say that the Thunderbird, the Eagle constellation, is above us, and that's why it marks. You know what I'm saying? That's like the symbol for our continent.
Wasn't open at all, and it had degrees of like the milk.
And see, and also pay attention to it. Says no white man was allowed in any of these societies. So it was just this shit is upside down world, bro. It wasn't no different. You had niggas in power, but see, we was ruling with motherfucking a righteous and just hand. That was the difference. You gotta have a secret meeting about shit. Niggas out here snitching, telling, trying to fuck shit up, and you know what I'm saying? Get in the way. So it's not that off the wall. You know what I'm saying? But that's what it was. That's how all the shit go together. That's why niggas' names is tarnished in history on both sides. You know what I'm saying? But niggas was looking out for us at first. Niggas just broke in their house and got their shit. Found out, oh, that's the nigga that got the shit. That's where they getting all the coke from? Where the Egyptians getting the coke from, nigga? Who you think was taking the coke to them?
Melchizedeks of Christian mysticism. Christian mysticism? Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't know this, but Christianity started out as a secret society, and later was even named the Friendly Open Secret Society. Wasn't open at all, and it had degrees of initiation which exist in the priesthood even today. Although some historians may be a trifle impulsive when they suggest that Manco Capac was a Buddhist priest, there can be no doubt that the Peruvian culture was heavily influenced by symbols, rituals, and philosophical elements usually associated with the Trans-Himalayan area of Central Asia.
Hold on.
Now,
Hold on.
like the Melchizedeks of Christian mysticism. Christian mysticism? Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't know this, but Christianity started out as a secret society, and later was even named the Friendly Open Secret Society. Wasn't open at all, and it had degrees of initiation which exist in the priesthood.
All right, so, like I say, I take for granted, you know what I'm saying? The shit that be in my mind. Friendly, open society, right? That's all. Sounds harmless enough. Like I say, these people just want to be us. Okay. So, I just want to give you a little glance inside my mind. Francis Bacon, Works of Francis Bacon, Volume 1, Essay of Followers and Friends. Odd Fellows. Society of Friends. Friendship. Friendly. Or some more shit. They got friends. Well, you see what's coming up now once we get to fucking with these weird ass niggas. Pause. Alright. Friends. I digress. Oh, there's one more to go with that. Got some more friends for you. Who are the Quakers and what does the Friends Church believe? Oh, wow. Friends everywhere, huh? Quakers, witches, black magic, motherfucking Atlantis falling. Motherfuckers, let them pass the gates. It wasn't supposed to come past the gates.
Even today. Although some historians may be a trifle impulsive when they suggest that Manco Capac was a Buddhist priest, there can be no doubt that the Peruvian culture was heavily influenced by symbols, rituals, and philosophical elements usually associated with the Trans-Himalayan area of Central Asia. Now, if Manco Capac was not a Buddhist priest from the Far East, how did he bring these teachings to the Indian people, who had never seen or heard of him before, and knew not from whence he came? In Daganowida, with his great league, Quetzalcoatl, Kulkulkan, and his splendid socialized empires in Mexico and Central America, and Manco Capac, and the communal system which he set up in Peru, we have three clear and definite accounts of initiate leaders establishing schools of esoteric doctrines in the Western Hemisphere. From a consideration of their attainments and the systems which they inaugurated, we can come to but one conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. The mystery schools of antiquity were represented in the Americas by institutions identical in principle and in purpose with those of Asia and the Mediterranean countries. How could this be? How indeed? Is it true that at one time, according to the theory of plate tectonics, that all of the continents were together in one, and that there was free interchange and activity conducted between all of the peoples of the earth? Were they indeed at one time ruled by one great ruler in one great city? And was there at one time one great continent in the whole world known as Atlantis? And was the scattering of the peoples and the mixing of the languages and the tangling of the tongues described in the Bible, was this merely the breakup of that one continent as the plate tectonics began to move away from each other, as the Earth's crust shrank and molten magma compressed below began to push up and separate the pieces of land from each other? Was this the scattering of the peoples? Was this the destruction of the Tower of Babel? Was this the real truth of what happened in history? It doesn't say that here. This is what has come to mind in my own research, and may account for many of the legends of all the peoples of the earth. We have much more study to do, much more putting together of the pieces of the puzzle. But folks, of all the studies that have ever been made, we believe that our conclusions are probably closer to the truth than anyone else has ever come. In any case, we hope we are, and if we're not, we certainly will pick up the thread of truth wherever it leads us, and if we turn out to be wrong, you will be the first to hear it. But it appears to us that at one time, all of the peoples of the world had a common source of religion and knowledge, and that somehow these people were scattered over the earth and lost their contact with each other and lost their contact with the source of their religion and their knowledge. And even though some of the portions of their society and some of their religions may differ slightly, at the heart and core of all of them, they are the same. And that is what is important, that you understand that somehow the great mystery religions and the great societies that existed in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia and Greece and eventually in Europe were nothing new to to the peoples who lived in South America and North America and on the Asian continent, and the mysteries were even known to the Aboriginals on the continent of Australia, in the islands of New Guinea, in the rainforests of the Amazon jungle. So you see, folks, what we are talking about here is not the story of one sacrificed king, but the story existed amongst all peoples in all areas of all the islands and continents and lands of the world. To all peoples there appeared a man who taught the same teachings, who experienced the same persecutions and ultimately the same death, the sacrificed king, that we in the Western world have always known as Jesus Christ. Was it the same man who appeared to all peoples? Or were they different men sent by God who appeared to all peoples? Or were they merely men who pulled off in their different cultures and societies the greatest hoax in the world? I don't know the answer to these questions at all. What I believe about Jesus Christ, I believe through faith alone. For indeed, no one has ever been able to even prove that the man really lived and walked upon the face of this earth in the Middle East, and I'm speaking of the man that we know as Jesus Christ, and not all of the other people who appeared to various cultures and various societies in the world, who fulfilled the same role to those people. And maybe that's why it was so difficult to convert some peoples to Christianity. Maybe they already were, in their own way, Christians. It's time for our break, folks. Don't go away. I'll be right back after this very short pause. Folks, I hope you're enjoying tonight's program. This will be the 27th broadcast in the series on the mystery religions, the mystery schools, the ancient mystery religions of Babylon, of the medieval world. The esoteric orders of Europe, Asia, and the Near East were in at least irregular communication with the priesthoods of the more advanced Amerindian nations. Plans for the development of the Western Hemisphere were formulated in Alexandria, Mecca, Delhi, and Lhasa long before
I don't think you heard them, because they telling it all. From the more advanced. Who are the more advanced? You are. Appreciate you just tuning in. Grand Rising, Rich Rising. Share the live stream. Welcome to Hawk School for the Gifted and the Elect. You know how we rockin'.
Which are detrimental, even dangerous to the ulterior motives of very powerful interests. Time, ladies and gentlemen, will reveal that the continent now known as America was actually discovered and to a considerable degree explored more than 1,000 years before the beginning of the Christian era. The true story was in the keeping of the mystery schools and passed from them to the secret societies of the medieval world. The esoteric orders of Europe, Asia, and the Near East were in at least irregular communication with the priesthoods of the more advanced Amerindian nations. Plans for the development of the Western Hemisphere were formulated in Alexandria, Mecca, Delhi, and Lhasa long before most European statesmen were aware of the great utopian program. For reference to that, see The Mystery of Columbus by Jennings C. Wise. The explorers who opened the New World operated from a master plan, the same plan that is in operation today, and they were agents of rediscovery rather than discoverers. Very little is known, folks, about the origin, lives, characters, and policies of these intrepid adventurers. Although they lived in a century amply provided with historians and biographers, these saw fit either to remain silent or to invent plausible accounts without substance. Does it not seem remarkable that no one is certain whether Christopher Columbus was actually an English prince, a Greek nobleman, or a Genoese sea captain? Was he granted arms without any examination into his ancestry, something that was unheard of in that day? Why is it so difficult to ascertain the real name of the man known as Amerigo Vespucci? Who was John Cabot, whose life and exploits are but fragments rather than the sober records of a distinguished citizen? If these men were what they seemed to be, there could have been no advantage gained by such elaborate concealment. If there was a mystery, that which was hidden must have been regarded as valuable. Plato described the vast continent of Atlantis, which sank beneath the oceans as the result of a seismic cataclysm. Now, there are several possible interpretations of Plato's account. The lost Atlantis could represent a submerged body of knowledge drowned in a sea of forgetfulness. This would explain and justify Bacon's restoration of the fable, which was nothing more than bringing into light matters long hidden.
Now, do you hear this? Do you hear this, tribe? Let me get some bows and arrows in the chat if you're learning something. Listen, bro. They talking about you.
In that day? Why is it so difficult to ascertain the real name of the man known as Amerigo Vespucci?
We fell off, bro. We let them motherfuckers infiltrate us.
Who was John Cabot, whose life and exploits are but fragments rather than the sober records of a distinguished citizen? If these men were what they seemed to be, there could have been no advantage gained by such elaborate concealment. If there was a mystery, that which was hidden must have been regarded as valuable. Plato described the vast continent of Atlantis, which sank beneath the oceans as the result of a seismic cataclysm. Now, there are several possible interpretations of Plato's account. The lost Atlantis could represent a submerged body of knowledge drowned in a sea of forgetfulness. This would explain and justify Bacon's restoration of the fable, which was nothing more than bringing into light matters long hidden. According to the Critias, the oceans became so agitated and laden with mud and slime that navigation to the west ceased. Sailors feared to go beyond the pillars of Hercules toward those Hesperic isles sacred to the mysteries. Even had Christian nations dared to violate the edicts of the sacred schools, such audacity would have been held in check by the power of Islam, seated in the holy house at Cairo, and the edicts of Lhasa backed by the armed strength of the Mongol Empire.
Everybody knew we was not to be fucked with. Now, everything I just told you earlier, all right here.
Of Lhasa backed by the arms described the vast continent of Atlantis, which sank beneath the oceans as
they violated the
seismic cataclysm. Now, there are several possible interpretations of Plato's account. The lost Atlantis could represent a submerged body of knowledge drowned in a sea of forgetfulness. This would explain and justify Bacon's restoration of the fable, which was nothing more than bringing into light matters long hidden. According to the Critias, the oceans became so agitated and laden with mud and slime that navigation to the west ceased. Sailors feared to go beyond the pillars of Hercules toward those Hesperic isles sacred to the mysteries. Even had Christian nations dared to violate the edicts of the sacred schools, such audacity would have been held in check by the power of Islam, seated in the Holy House at Cairo, and the edicts of Lhasa backed by the armed strength of the Mongol Empire. The East agreed to preserve the boundaries of Europe if the European states would bind themselves in a solemn alliance to refrain from exploiting the resources of the Western Hemisphere. If the European states would bind themselves in a solemn alliance to refrain from exploiting the resources of the Western Hemisphere. Now, why would they? The West ceased. Schools, the lost Atlantis could represent a submerged body of knowledge drowned in a sea of forgetfulness. This would explain and justify Bacon's restoration of the fable, which was nothing more than bringing into light matters long hidden. According to the Critias, the oceans became so agitated and laden with mud and slime that navigation to the west ceased. Sailors feared to go beyond the Pillars of Hercules toward those Hesperic isles sacred to the mysteries. Even had Christian nations dared to violate the edicts of the sacred schools, such audacity would have been held in check by the power of Islam, seated in the Holy House at Cairo, and the edicts of Lhasa backed by the armed strength of the Mongol Empire. The East agreed to preserve the boundaries of Europe if the European states would bind themselves in a solemn alliance to refrain from exploiting the resources of the Western Hemisphere. Now, why would they insist upon that agreement when no one knew anything about the Western Hemisphere, at least to the public eye? Fear of a terrible retribution from beyond the walls of Gog and Magog prevented the popes from violating their agreement, and without the leadership of the church, the great families dared not engage in private projects. When the appointed hour came, the secret societies selected their own agents to initiate the program of exploration, and thus began America's secret assignment with destiny. Was Columbus then working, asks Grace A. Findler, either as an individual or as a chosen representative of secret societies to bring into expression the old utopian ideals and to directionalize them across the seas?
Was he? Drip check, man. I don't see no bows and arrows in the chat, man. I guess you ain't learning nothing. Share the stream.
Motherfucker, you the one you believe in death, huh? Goddamn murderer! Crucify my blessed brother, but when I find them, I'm gonna get them, motherfucker.
Atlanteans were not the only people.
Now that you know who's who, what's going on, how they got over here, what's going on, you know what I'm saying, as far as that. Now let's listen to him talk about us.
But these other people were comparatively primitive. Together to form a league. And this league, in turn, created a kind of empire. And in the course of ages, the princes of the islands of the Atlantes became very proud. They decided that they would conquer the world. So in order to achieve this great end, they decided to send expeditions of conquest over all the other parts of the then Atlantean distribution. Now this distribution at that time consisted, much as it does today, of countries of various degrees of development. It was not an uninhabited world. The Atlanteans were not the only people. But these other people were comparatively primitive. They were like the natives of Africa or the natives of some Polynesian area, or perhaps the natives of some distant islands of the South Pacific. They were primitive people, but they existed. And the Atlantean merchants went to them, traded with them, and bartered with them. Plato states definitely that Atlantis had a great mercantile, that it traveled to all parts of the world, that it even visited Europe and as far south as South America. But gradually this empire grew more and more proud. Gradually fame, wealth, and power became the great objectives for life. And there was another dimension. These peoples possessed extrasensory perceptions that had not yet been closed by the process of embodiment. They were like the extrasensory perceptions of small children, in whom faculties are partly active, which are now dormant in our racial groups. So in any way, these magicians, these sorcerers, these powerful ones who possessed Vril, Vril being the one motive power that is inexhaustible, something we could use today. That we'd carry anything, transport anything, activate anything that the human being could conceive. And so in their pride, these princes decided near the end of their time to invade what is now Europe. They decided to invade in the areas of the Mediterranean, North Africa, and the Near East. So they sent great fleets to conquer these countries. In the meantime, the deities, particularly Poseidon, realizing what was occurring, gave warnings and sent prophets and told these people they were destroying themselves, but they were proud and they gave no mind or no thought to consequence. And finally they rebelled against the gods, and the gods reacted accordingly. In a single night, the great center of Atlantean culture, the island of Poseidonis, the last surviving fragment of an ancient order of life, disappeared under the ocean, and according to the Maya calendar, carried with it to death 60 million human beings. This was the end of a great cycle of misuses and abuses in which those powers, forces, and principles which had been intended to be of common good to all mankind were perverted and in one way or another turned against the will of heaven. And in consequence,
now I want you to pay attention to that animosity in what he's talking about. We wasn't sharing the shit. We was enslaving them. You understand? So we could look at all this shit, but you got to look at the whole thing and be critical of the whole thing. Because don't forget, nigga, goddamn 2 years ago, or however long you been in this shit, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, goddamn, you was mad because your people was enslaved. You remember how mad you was? All right? So think about it. Motherfuckers mad.
the great center of Atlantean culture.
That's all them world's fairs, putting all our shit on. Yeah, we got these niggas shit.
The island of Poseidonis, the last surviving fragment of an ancient order of life, disappeared under the ocean, and according to the Maya calendar, carried with it to death 60 million human beings. This was the end of a great cycle of misuses and abuses in which those powers, forces, and principles which had been intended to be of common good to all mankind were perverted and in one way or another turned against the will of heaven, and in consequence they were destroyed. Now this also causes us to have another little interlude here, which I think we should give a thought to. We are told by Plato and several other historians of the time that various agencies, various merchants, travelers, explorers from Atlantis visited other lands. And among those who visited other lands were the priests of the Atlanteans, those who worshiped the great golden serpent. Serpent worship was one of the oldest religions of the world. Now these various missionaries, shall we say, went to primitive people, as we send missionaries today to underprivileged or gradually evolving groups. And these missionaries set up various
No white people, no white men were allowed in these mystery schools. They went and started their own shit. They took the whole blueprint. Now he gonna tell you, nigga, the missionaries was going. Cause who hopping off the boat with the Moors, nigga? Nigga saying it's a lot, nigga. What you thought it was? What's up, nigga? How you lost a lot, nigga? Prayer time, nigga. Fuck you mean? It was Muslim countries. They regulating them. Grabbing motherfuckers up. He talking about merchants. Who the merchants? Nigga, we is. Rewind the video. Thomas Jeremiah, 1775, 250,000, nigga. Welcome to the Republic of Atlantis.
to give a thought to. We are told by Plato and several other historians of the time that various agencies, various merchants, travelers, explorers from Atlantis visited other lands. And among those who visited other lands were the priests of the Atlanteans, those who worshiped the great golden serpent. Serpent worship was one of the oldest religions of the world. Now these various missionaries, shall we say, went to primitive people, as we send missionaries today to underprivileged or gradually evolving groups. And these missionaries set up various institutions in the distant parts of the empire, the parts that were not actually destroyed by the destruction of the Atlantean centerland. Now, it seems to me, and I realize that this is hypothetical, but it seems to me that this explains a series of legends and myths which are of interest. We are told, for example, that the people of Chaldea and Babylonia were very primitive, that they had not yet discovered the use of fire, that they did not know how to cook food, they did not know how to keep records, they had no medical knowledge, they had no laws to live by and no governments except tribal communes. And in the midst of all this time, while they were living along the shores of the sea, one day something strange happened. A being came out of the sea. This being, whom they called Oannes, had the body of a fish and the head of a human being, and wore on his head the head of a fish on end. If you see the old pictures, you realize that his hat was what we call today a mitre, which is practically exactly the shape of a fish's head. And this man who came out of the sea had scales. Now, scales could very well represent armor. He carried symbols with him, and he was a good man. And he came to these people, and he taught them. He gave them a written language. He gave them the knowledge of agriculture. He taught them astronomy and the mystery of the stars. He helped them to build a permanent government, introduced them into the mysteries of architecture and the building of cities. And he also taught them the mysteries of heaven and the ways of the gods, and taught them to live in obedience. And he told them that in due time he would return. And then he went back to the sea, promising to come back one of these days, sometime in the future. And he walked out into the sea and disappeared. Now this seems to me to be a veiled story, could be a veiled story, of an Atlantean traveler a missionary perhaps, who came to these people very much as the Chaldeans coming along the coast of Brittany and France gave them the beginnings of the culture of the Druids. This one who came out of the sea, dressed in armor, probably came on a ship, which came over the horizon and was regarded as evidence that he came out of the sea. The most important thing, I think, in this legend is that he promised to return. So they waited. And they kept his laws and they kept his rules for years, but he never came back. Now, on the opposite side of the world, something else was happening. The people of Central America were living in a very primitive state. Some of them were cannibals. They had no homes except rude huts. They had no instruments except cuts, cut from stone. They did not know how to cook their food. They had no written language and no way of recording their history. No knowledge of any of these.
Let's bring this back real quick. I want to show you something. See if I can find the right image here. I want to find you an image of the knight with the helmet on, because he's talking about it looked like a fish head when he came out to sea. But that's the armor. Go back. Here's a Moorish helmet. All right.
And France gave them the beginnings of the culture of the Druids. Man. And he came to these people. This being whom they called Oannes had the body of a fish and the head of a human being, and wore on his head the head of a fish on end. If you see the old pictures, you realize that his hat was what we call today a mitre, which is practically exactly the shape of a fish's head. And this man who came out of the sea had scales. Now, scales could very well represent armor. He carried symbols with him, and he was a good man. And he came to these people, and he taught them. He gave them a written language. He gave them the knowledge of agriculture. He taught them astronomy and the mystery of the stars. He helped them to build a permanent government, introduced them into the mysteries of architecture and the building of cities. And he also taught them the mysteries of heaven and the ways of the gods, and taught them to live in obedience. And he told them that in due time he would return. And then he went back to the sea, promising to come back one of these days, sometime in the future. And he walked out into the sea and disappeared. Now this seems to me to be a veiled story, could be a veiled story, of an Atlantean traveler, a missionary perhaps, who came to these people very much as the Chaldeans coming along the coast of Brittany and France gave them the beginnings of the culture of the Druids. This one who came out of the sea, dressed in armor, probably came on a ship, which came over the horizon and was regarded as evidence that he came out of the sea. The most important thing, I think, in this legend is that he promised to return. So they waited. And they kept his laws and they kept his rules for years, but he never came back. Now, on the opposite side of the world, something else was happening. The people of Central America were living in a very primitive state. Some of them were cannibals. They had no homes except rude huts. They had no instruments except cut from stone. They did not know how to cook their food. They had no written language and no way of recording their history, no knowledge of any of these things. And while they lived in this primitive condition, a strange thing happened. An old man came to them, riding on the back of serpents. And he came to the shore, and he was welcomed by them, these peoples. And his name is preserved in the three great languages of the central culture of the period and time and place. To the Aztecs, he was Kukulkan. To the ones who lived around Palenque, he was Wotan. And to the Mayas, he was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. And this man came from the sea with a bonnet of wonderful plumes, almost like wings. And on his breast he carried a cross. He came to them, and they received him with regard and esteem. And he taught them all the things that Oannes had taught the Chaldeans. He helped them to establish a permanent way of life. He gave them the beginnings of a written language, the only written language in the Western Hemisphere. He gave them good government. And then he said, now I go away. But keep the rules that I have given you. And in due time, I will return and claim the empire. But in the meantime, obey the principles I have taught. And these principles were of very high quality morally and ethically. Then this being went to the shores of the sea. And as he stood there, he said to the people that had assembled that a very bad power was coming to them. Tezcatlipoca, the god of war, was going to come from the south to destroy their empire. They should be true, however. They should keep the rules, and then he would return. Then there are two accounts of what happened to him. One that he called to the sea, and the raft of serpents returned. The raft of serpents could well have been a ship, with the very animal heads and so forth that were engraved and written or painted or carved on the heads of ships. The other explanation is that he was transfigured and rose to become immortalized and deified in the planet Venus. He said, I will come back. But he never came. And when the Spaniards arrived, many centuries later, and their ships were anchored, the Aztec Emperor Montezuma took the plumes on the crowns, took all the symbols of regality, and sent them by ambassador to Cortes, saying that he was Quetzalcoatl returned, and that therefore he was returning the kingdom which his people had kept trustworthy for ages. Now, these stories are interesting. There's nothing you can do but remember these strange stories. The same story exists in China. In China, the world's reformation, the restoration of humanity
was the result of a mysterious being who came out of a fish's mouth and, rising out of the sea, taught them the secrets of life. In India, Vishnu, in his first incarnation, is born from the fish's mouth. Everywhere the sea was the source of instruction. Something came from the sea. We can't dogmatize what it is, but it is interesting that at a remote period, certainly 8,000 or 10,000 years ago, if not more, doctrines and concepts and beliefs reached all parts of the world and are still reserved and preserved in all the mythologies, legends, and allegories of ancient peoples, and were recognized as the ultimate source of civilization. Now, if these were missionaries, travelers, philanthropists from the Atlantean Empire, they might have wished to come back. They might have said that they would, or that others would follow. And then came the deluge. The center of the great wheel was destroyed. No one could come back. Little by little, these peoples in different areas modified their beliefs. Interracial minglings brought about complications of stories concerning the descent of knowledge. Here in the southwest of the United States, they have the legends that originally humanity lived under the earth, and a deluge came under the earth, and this deluge threatened the life of everything that lived. So humanity crawled up or climbed up to this upper world upon cornstalks and began to populate the earth, and the point where they came out of the earth is still sacred to the Navajo and the Hopi. Years ago, I had the privilege of bringing to California temporarily as my guest one of the last of the great sand painters of the Navajo, Hosteen Claw. A few weeks ago, when I was in Sedona, in Arizona, I mentioned Claw, and everyone knew who he was. One of the greatest men of his time, an Indian, and a remarkable person. At that time, when he was up there, we had just published our large book, and I wanted him to see it. He said he could have developed or evolved these resources. We might also find a source for much of our religious thinking. These mysterious priests of the serpent of the city of the sun. These priests were undoubtedly wise in the mysteries of life. The ancient rites and mysteries of the Greeks and Romans and Egyptians, the secret and esoteric teachings that have descended to us from unknown antiquity, may very well have originated among the esotericists of Atlantis. There also seems to be quite a little evidence to the effect that when the great decision was made and the gods decreed that the Atlanteans had destroyed themselves and must be removed from the earth, that prophets arose among them in those last days before the end. And these prophets warned the people that they had disobeyed the gods, that they had sacrificed all that was good for selfishness, avarice, and power. And these prophets led certain groups of the Atlanteans away from Atlantis and into what is now Europe and the Near East. These peoples survived. As this migration occurred at least 12 to 15,000 years ago, we have some suspicion that many of the civilizations of the Near East, and perhaps even of the Far East, originated among these transplanted peoples who had gone away from the cause of death. It is stated in the Atlantic story that a great number of the gods of Egypt were, we'll say, refugees from Atlantis. That the gods of the Egyptians were Atlantean deities who originally perhaps actually and physically lived as leaders of their peoples. In any event, the idea that the world was populated, in one sense, by refugees is not unreasonable. Another story of the same type, which is found in many parts of the world, states that the Atlanteans earned their final destruction by an attempt to invade Europe, that they raised a great army and sent it against Europe and North Africa. And this great army was on the march and was in these areas, claiming them, when the Central Islands were destroyed. Therefore, these armies could not return. There was no place to go back to. And many of them settled and mingled with the peoples of these areas to form some of these wonderful and mysterious civilizations which we have no real explanation for. We have very little explanation for how racial differentiation in recent times came about. The various anthropologists and so forth have charts showing what happened. But as is the case in most of science, no one seems to know how it happened or why it happened. These things occurred. New bloodstreams came forth, mingled and mixed and intertwined, and each one brought with it part of its own culture. And these parts of ancient cultures seem to linger on, perhaps in lingual differences, in arts and crafts, in psychological structures, in habits and principles, and even to a measure in bodily form and structure. In any event, as Bacon points out, we have a challenge coming to us at the present time. And this challenge is more or less documented in terms of Atlantis, and I think this is the way Plato originally used it. You know, the story of Plato's Atlantis ends in the middle of a sentence. It was never completed. Bacon's New Atlantis ends in the middle of a sentence. It was never completed. Why? We don't seem to know. But I think that Bacon tells us about the importance of it, that the destruction of Atlantis, as left by the tables of Enoch, is this great story of the disaster of disobedience. That regardless of how we think about life or what we believe about life, it is impossible for us to go contrary to the will of heaven.
But change your motherfucking mindset! You wanna know why you ain't got shit? Cause you ain't thinking about shit! I come out the door every day with this shit on my mind. I'm gonna give me a bag. Fuck wrong with you? I'm gonna give me some cash. Change your motherfucking mindset, man. You think pennies, you get pennies. Bitch, I'm thinking dollars.
Y'all for tuning in, man. That's enough for now. Put some bows and arrows in the chat, man, if you learned something, man. Share this, man, with your auntie, your grandmama, and your baby mama. Love, love, love. Let your hair grow, man.
Who cut your hair? Who cut your hair?
But this is business that needs to be taken care of, you know. Slap on the back is all fine and dandy. Yeah. But it needs promotion. It needs promotion. It needs, yeah. Big tip. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny?